Good morning. Buenos dias. It's Tuesday, October 15th at our Board of Supervisors meeting. Can I ask for a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Lee.
Here.
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show Supervisor Hines is not present. All other board members are present.
Thank you. So leading us in the pledge today are going to be Belen and Floyd Thompson. They're second and fourth graders at Hollinger, and they're here for a proclamation for Jack and Jill later. And so I recruited them. So do you want to go ahead and come on up here? And do you have their mic? Perfect. Because they can't reach that one. No, you can stay right there, love. Yeah. Okay, and if we can all stand, and then they're going to do the pledge in English and Spanish. So if you can stay standing, please.
The Spanish and English.
English, then Spanish. Okay. Come on. Look. Yeah.
One.
Put the mic closer. There you go. Share. There you go. Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yo le doy, yo prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la República que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you very much. Good job. So we have a treat. They need the mic. Yep. On the stand. Perfect. Yep. Thank you. So we have a treat. The national anthem is going to be sung by 3 members of Mariachi Aslan de Pueblo High School. We have Mariela, Adelina, and Bella. Whenever you're ready, please.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattled, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that spangled banner yet waves o'er the land of free and the brave.
And I want to thank Director John Contreras for bringing these amazing, talented young people here. Now we have the land acknowledgement that's going to be offered in English by Felipe Garcia and then in Spanish by the Consulado de Mexico, Barcelona.
Good morning.
Good morning.
On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multimillennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
Muchas gracias.
En nombre de los residentes del Condado de Pima, honramos a las naciones tribales que han servido como guardianes de esta tierra desde tiempos inmemoriales y reconocemos respetuosamente las tierras ancestrales de la nación Tohono O'odham y la presencia multimilenaria de la tribu Pascua Yaqui dentro del Condado de Pima. En consonancia con el compromiso del Condado de Pima con la diversidad y la inclusión, nos esforzamos por construir relaciones de socios iguales con las naciones tribales de Arizona.
Muchas gracias, Consulado y Señor Garcia. Next, we have pause for pause. Miss Dangler has a kitty.
Good morning. Let's see if I can get this cat out without losing it. Barely. Good morning, everyone. This is Oreo. My name is Monica Dangler. I'm the director for Pima Animal Care Center. And today for Pause, we brought Oreo. So cute. He's a 4-month-old kitten, and he's looking for his home. Him and his brother Boo came in as underage kittens and were in foster homes, and they just came back to the shelter, so they're ready to be adopted. You can take him home today. But we are full of kittens, puppies, big dogs. I don't think we have any rabbits or chinchillas right now, but come on down to PAC. Right now, all dogs and puppies are free to adopt. Yesterday, we got in 2 giant litters of puppies that are looking for foster homes. About 30 puppies came in yesterday. So if you want to foster, we always need fosters. And it is the 3rd wave of kitten season. So we'll see more little kittens like Oreo coming in, needing foster homes for a few weeks until they're old enough to be adopted. Also this weekend, we have a really exciting event for foster homes. Anybody wanting to foster a large breed dog that's 40 pounds or bigger can get a $5 incentive a day thanks to Friends of PAC, and also get a crate to keep that dog in if you're worried about taking them home, and that's thanks to Petco Love. So please come down, adopt, foster. We'd love to see you.
As soon as you said, you can take this kitty home today, they all looked at their mom. Come on, you can take it home today. I know. She's like, thanks. Okay, thank you. Next, we have several proclamations. The first one is going to be a presentation of proclamation to Roque Perez, Executive Director, Metropolitan Education Commission, Allison Doty, Director, Grants and Program Management, and Lauren Delashaw, State Team Leader. There are a lot of people on this list. Feel free to come on up as I call your name. Arizona Serve, Magdalena Verdugo, CEO YWCA, Gabriel Garcia and Ashley Rodriguez, AmeriCorps members, Pima County Teen Court, and Daniel Armenta, Director of Organizational Development, Youth on Their Own, proclaiming the day of Thursday, October 17th, 2024, to be Arizona Serve for the elimination of poverty. And this is the presentation of the proclamation. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Feel free to fill in the circle here.
You hear me? Okay, great. It's truly an honor to be presenting this proclamation, and I'm going to go ahead and ask Rocky if you wouldn't mind taking the, why don't you, yep. And after we're done, I'll have each of you introduce yourself. Whereas poverty is a significant challenge affecting the prospects of many youth and families, and whereas economic mobility is critical to breaking the cycles of poverty and requires an approach in areas of education, workforce development, and community support, and whereas Arizona Serve, a program of Prescott College, works to address the root causes of poverty by increasing the capacity of local organizations by deploying AmeriCorps members to serve in these areas in both Yavapai and Pima counties. needs. And whereas the placement of AmeriCorps members in local agency includes, but is not limited to, Goodwill of Southern Arizona, Youth on Their Own, Boys to Men, Tucson, Pima County Teen Court, and the Pima County Health Department. And whereas the Peer Coach Program under the Pima College Access Network, a partnership between Arizona Serve and the Metropolitan Education Commission, is the largest cohort of members in Pima County, annually empowering high school students to support their peers in accessing higher education. And whereas over the last 5 years, peer coaches have collectively earned over $161,000 in education awards and served over 31,000 hours in service to the community, with 1,959 students in Pima County directly supported in their college readiness during the last academic year. And whereas the Pima College Access Network, supported by Pima County, is committed to collaborating with Arizona Serve to advance the educational address and workforce readiness. Whereas, in alignment with October 17th as the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty, Pima County recognizes Arizona Serve's continued mission to address poverty as an incredible asset to its economic and social prosperity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors reinforce our value for collaborations to eliminate poverty and celebrate the work of AmeriCorps in uplifting our community by hereby proclaiming Thursday, October 17th, 2024, to be Arizona Serve Day for the elimination of poverty. Congratulations. Yay. It's wonderful. How about if I have you start? Sure. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. So again, Arizona Serve is a phenomenal program of Prescott College. They are our partner in terms of managing our AmeriCorps program. The Metro Education Commission is home to our peer coach program, which is comprised of AmeriCorps members. They're seniors from high schools throughout Pima County, and they provide support to their peers in navigating the college going process. But we are not alone in the hosts of other AmeriCorps programs under Arizona Serve, and so I'm joined here by a lot of other partners in our community, but I'll go ahead and pass it off to Mariana from Pueblo High School, who's a senior this year, has gotten numerous college offers, and we're super excited for her and all her adventures, so thank you for joining us today. And I'll pass it off to her to share a little bit about her work, and then I'll pass it over to Arizona Serve.
And then I'll pass this to you. So, hello everyone. My name is Mariana Martinez, like you said, and I'm a senior at Pueblo High School. And this day is, of course, an important day for us, especially with our other partners. So, me as a peer coach at Pueblo High School, I try to help as many seniors and even juniors as well. Try to for them to access higher education, and by doing that is by doing presentations about certain colleges, when are due dates, how to access those applications and fill them out, scholarships as well, and we do that through Instagram and stuff like that. And the only way to move on from poverty is through education. And so this is a great opportunity, especially since we serve mostly a Hispanic population in South Tucson. It's a great opportunity to uplift the Hispanic community and other minority communities as well, indigenous and etc. So yeah, it's a great opportunity. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You want to hand it that way, and we'll have you introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name's Allison Doty. I'm the Director of Grants and Program Management with Arizona Serve. The work we do only matters because all of these amazing AmeriCorps volunteers and our partners show up every day to make a difference in the community. So I really just want to hand it over to them to talk a little bit more about what they're doing.
My name is Lauren, and I am a team lead with Arizona Serve. And you can't really talk about Arizona Serve without talking about AmeriCorps. AmeriCorps is a federal program its whole purpose is to fight poverty, but its main value, or primary value, I guess you could say, is that it wants locals to fight local issues, and that's where the AmeriCorps volunteers come in, and Arizona Serve's role in all of this is basically to support those volunteers and make sure that they have everything that they need to be successful, and that the sites that they're serving at also have every resource that they need to tackle these, big issues across local counties such as Pima County. So.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak Spanish really quick first, if you don't mind. Buenos días a todos. Es un placer estar aquí con todos ustedes. Es genial lo que está pasando y estoy muy orgulloso de Mariana. Soy Manuel Ávila. Soy el coordinador de carreras y profesiones de Pueblo High School. I'm the career specialist, college and career readiness coordinator. Y estoy aquí para celebrar este día y gracias a Roque por la colaboración. This is amazing. I think well done, well said. Education is the foundation of every society, and we are here to equip the students to access education, higher education, as a goal, of a statewide goal to improve our communities, our society, our economy. So, estamos aquí para servir, trabajo en el pueblo, estamos apoyando a todos los estudiantes de Pueblo High School. Estoy muy orgulloso, muy agradecido de tener un equipo genial, muy profesional, con una vocación de servicio, como son los peer coaches. Están para ayudar, para compartir sus conocimientos y dar información. So I think information is the key, and thank you for being here. Thank you for the invitation, Rocky, and look forward to working with you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Armenta. I'm the Director of Organizational Development for Youth on Their Own. It's a nonprofit here in Tucson. We've been around for almost 40 years, and our mission is to support the high school graduation and continued success of youth experiencing homelessness. So these are our youth in our community who have really unstable housing situations, and they're very motivated to graduate from high school, and we provide some support so they can achieve those goals. I am joined here today with one of our AmeriCorps members, Adrian, who works in that continued success part of our mission, which is our alumni program, which helps youth after they graduate from high school with that next step. But as an organization, we have really felt the benefit of the AmeriCorps program for many years. We've hosted AmeriCorps members for years at Youth on Their Own. Right now we have 5 AmeriCorps members. Everybody that works at Yodo, we number around 38. So that goes to tell you that we have roughly 10% of the people working at Yodo are AmeriCorps members. We truly couldn't do the mission that we do without the help of AmeriCorps. We're so grateful for that, and this proclamation means so much. I'm going to hand it over to Adrian to introduce herself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adrian Hall, and like Daniel said, I am an intern for AmeriCorps, and I work at Yodo along with Daniel, and that's pretty much it. You're welcome.
Thank you. Buenos días, Magdalena Verdugo with the YWCA of Southern Arizona, and we thrive because of our AmeriCorps volunteers. We have about 4 volunteers right now at the YWCA, and they're integrated into all aspects of our programming in services. And so we're really, really proud to have them and to grow with them. Because a big part of it is education. We all know that education opens many opportunities, and so does volunteerism in the sense of upskilling and really learning skills that you can carry with you beyond the service. Ashley is here with us, and I'm gonna, when we get to Ashley, Ashley will share a little bit about what she does as a volunteer at the YWCA and through our Teen Court program, which is a restorative justice program that we have, and she'll share a little bit more about that.
I'm Gabriel Garcia with Pima County Teen Court, and I won't belabor it, so you're right over there.
Hi guys, I'm Ashley Rodriguez. I'm an AmeriCorps member serving at Teen Court, and I was a previous teen attorney, so I was there for 4 consecutive years, and then now I serve with Teen Court for 3 years now, so it's my 7th year here with Teen Court, and I absolutely love it. It's a diversion program for youth that get arrested, and they admit their guilt, and they come through our program to then have restorative justice through workshops and different journal writings, just to make them better overall humans for our society, basically. Yeah, thank you. That's like a
A photo of everyone. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. And just as a side note, since I did manage teen court for 26 years, we have 5 former teen attorneys that are in the room. Just very proud of them all. I know. And Pueblo should have done a carpool. I didn't realize you guys were all coming. So next we have the presentation of proclamation to Consul Rafael Barcelo, Consulado de Mexico in Tucson, and Felipe Garcia, President CEO, visit Tucson, proclaiming September 15, 2024 through October 15th, 2024 to be Pima County Hispanic Heritage Month 2024. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And everyone that is here for this proclamation, if you can go ahead and come on up, that would be great. That's you guys. Where? Thank you.
Need help?
¿Lo quieres leer?
¿Lo leo yo? Perfecto.
Yay!
There we go. Pardon my accent, by the way. So, it's a proclamation, whereas Hispanic Heritage Month in the United States started out as Hispanic Heritage Week, established by an act of Congress in 1968. Then later, in 1988, expanded to Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15 to October 15, in honor of Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla's call to arms that launched the Mexican War of Independence. And whereas the Hispanic heritage of Southern Arizona dates back to the missions of Father Eusebio Quino, who founded Mission San Javier del Bac in 1692, and whose footsteps were followed by the governments of the New Spain, then later a newly independent Mexico before the land became the United States territory with the Gadsden Purchase of 1854. And whereas descendants of those who lived in Tucson during its Spanish and Mexican periods, Hispanic and indigenous, carried forward the cultures, traditions, and mestizaje that are alive in the region today. And whereas Hispanics comprise about a third of consumer spending in Tucson, about a third of small business owners, about 2/5 of the overall population, and more than a third of Pima County's workforce. And whereas Tucson welcomes international audiences for events unique to the entire world, like the International Mariachi Conference, the Agave Heritage Festival, and Tucson Meet Yourself. And whereas Hispanic influences in Tucson food traditions played a key role in UNESCO's 2015 invitation of Tucson to its prestigious Creative Cities Network as a city of gastronomy. And whereas the Consulate of Mexico in Tucson, with the support of Visit Tucson and local business and organizations, launched the celebration of the Hispanic Heritage Month 2024 with a traditional Mexican fiesta at the Alba Bustamante Torres Plaza at the Tucson Convention Center, followed by a free Mexican Independence Day concert at the Linda Ronstadt Music Hall, conducted by Venezuelan Spanish director Jose Luis Gomez, featuring songs performed by the Tucson Symphony Orchestra, Mariachi Aztlán de Pueblo High School. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaim the success of the cultural celebrations led by the Tucson Symphony Orchestra, Ballet Tucson, Mariachi Aztlán of Pueblo High School, Compañía de Danza Folclórica de Arizona, among others, in the celebration of Pima County Heritage Month 2024, and call upon everyone in Pima County to celebrate Hispanic heritage and recognize the extraordinary impacts of Hispanic peoples on our communities, our economy, our institutions, and our culture. Passed and adopted this 15th day of October 2024.
Voy a hacer la síntesis nada más. Considerando que el Consulado de México en Tucson, con el apoyo de Visit Tucson y empresas y organizaciones locales, lanzó la celebración del Mes de la Herencia Hispana 2024 con una fiesta mexicana tradicional en la Plaza Alba Bustamante Torres, en el Centro de Convenciones de Tucson, seguida de un concierto abierto al público del Día de la Independencia de México en el Linda Ronstadt Music Hall, dirigido por el director español-venezolano José Luis Gómez, con canciones interpretadas por la Orquesta Sinfónica de Tucson y el Mariachi Aztlán de Pueblo High School. Ahora, por tanto, se resuelve que la Junta de Supervisores del Condado Pima proclama por la presente el éxito de las celebraciones culturales encabezadas por la Orquesta Sinfónica de Tucson, el Ballet Tucson, el Mariachi Aztlán de Pueblo High School, la Compañía de Danza Folclórica de Arizona, entre otros, en la celebración del Mes de la Herencia Hispana del Condado de Pima 2024, y hacemos un llamado a todos y todas en el Condado de Pima a celebrar la herencia hispana y reconocer el impacto extraordinario de los pueblos hispanos en nuestras comunidades, nuestra economía, nuestras instituciones y nuestra cultura. Aprobada y adoptada el día 15 de octubre de 2024.
So if we can all introduce ourselves, please.
All right. Buenos dias. I'm Sarina Nafarrate. I'm the Multicultural Marketing Manager at Visit Tucson, and I'm very excited to have been a part of all of this.
Buenos dias. Good morning. My name is Lee Wong Medina, Deputy Consul at the Consulate of Mexico here in Tucson.
Buenos días, I am Rafael Barceló. I'm the Mexican Consul in Tucson.
Thank you. I'm Paul Meacham, President and CEO of the Tucson Symphony. Our vision is to bring people together through music from all our communities here in Tucson and Southern Arizona. It's an honor to be involved with this. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Artistic Director of Ballet Tucson, Margaret Mullen. Such an honor to be part of this moment and to be part of the incredibly beautiful, rich cultural and art scene that we have in this community. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Christine Peters, Executive Director of Ballet Tucson. It's an honor to be here.
Hello, my name is Isabela Salinas and I am a sophomore.
Hello, my name is Mariela Herrera and I am a junior in Mariachi Aztlán.
Hello everyone, I'm Adelina Grijalva Gomez and I'm a senior in Mariachi Aztlán.
Good morning, my name is Chantal Rawls and I am the Director of Compañía de Danza Folclórica Arizona, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Good morning. My name is John Contreras, the director of Mariachi Aztlán. Once again, very honored to be a part of this great day. Thank you.
Being here.
Good morning. I'm Felipe Garcia, Visit Tucson President CEO. Want to thank the Board of Supervisors and all the team of Pima County for partnering in this Viva Tucson celebration. We received people from all over Mexico, the United States, that came here to celebrate Hispanic heritage. And just a call to everyone in the audience. I mean, when I got married, I remember that I learned how to put the seat of the toilet down, how to put properly the roll of paper in the toilet, learned that there's a different way to heat tortillas and to warm water. I realized that my wife had different traditions than I had. And I remember at Christmas season, I say, you know something, your family does some great things in Christmas that I like. And she told me the opposite. I like certain things that your family does. So we merged both cultures, both ideas, and came with our own celebration. So we encourage people that Hispanic Heritage Month is not to celebrate if you're Hispanic. It's a great opportunity to learn about Hispanic culture, heritage, and take one little piece and take it to your household. quick recommendation, we're having Day of the Dead coming very soon. Do an altar home and remember those dead in your family. Watch the movie Coco with all your family. So again, this is about not only being Hispanic, it's about just understanding and taking those great lessons or great culture that Hispanic culture is about. So again, thank you to Pima County. Thank you, Supervisor, for your work. And again, everyone to the team of Pima County.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I turned it off. All right. Thank you so much. Next, we have the presentation of proclamation to Dr. George F. Garcia, proclaiming the day Wednesday, October 30th, to be Dr. George F. Garcia Day. I will move the item. Second. Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Anyone that's here for this proclamation or served with Dr. Garcia, please come on up. Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Okay, great. Thank you. So, whereas Dr. George F. Garcia, born to immigrant parents in Laredo, Texas, became recognized in Tucson and nationally for his eminent work as an educator and educational administrator, and whereas Dr. Garcia worked his way through college, earning a bachelor's degree at Northwest Missouri State, a master's degree from the University of Ohio, and a doctorate from Drake University, and whereas Dr. Garcia distinguished himself as a superintendent in Tucson Unified School District from 1991 to 2000, and whereas as TUSD superintendent, Dr. Garcia excelled in enhancing student achievement, creating the 4th R Readiness for Work program, and advocating for diversity and bilingual education. And whereas while at TUSD, Dr. Garcia was honored as the 1993 as one of the North America's best administrators by Executive Educator magazine. And whereas Arizona School Administrators Association recognized Dr. Garcia as Arizona Superintendent of the Year in 1998. And whereas Dr. Garcia and his wife Mary, former superintendent in Sunnyside School District, returned to their home in sunny Tucson for their retirement. And whereas the Educational Enrichment Foundation is honoring Dr. Garcia on October 30th with the Ray Davies Lifetime Humanitarian Achievement Award, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Wednesday, October 30th to be Dr. George F. Garcia Day, passed and adopted this 15th day of October 2024. Congratulations. So if you'll indulge, I just wanted everyone to introduce themselves and why they're up here. And so I want to say on behalf of, I just missed you as a student. I graduated in '89, but my father did work with you and many of the teachers and administrators that taught me, you hired. And so I just want to say thank you on behalf of so many generations of students in Tucson Unified.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Dr. Garcia, I was honored to be a teacher and an administrative intern at Gridley Middle School under your leadership, and it's a great honor to be here with you today.
Hi, my name's Kristen Lamont. I am the Development Manager at Educational Enrichment Foundation, and we are just so honored, as Adelita said, to honor Dr. Garcia with our Humanitarian Award.
Hello, my name's Mary Garcia, and I'm just glad to be here with my husband today. It's wonderful.
I'm going to finish class.
You want to finish last? Okay. Good morning. I'm Sylvia Lee, and I had the pleasure of working with Dr. Garcia in 1998 with then Chancellor Jensen from Pima Community College. Both of them got together and said, hey, let's start the dual enrollment program here in Pima County, and that program assists high school students to take college, community college credits. So when they graduate from high school, they've got a lot of credits under their belt, and it gives them a head start. This gentleman here was key in making that happen. I'm also a proud graduate of Catalina High School, Doolin, and Cregan, two USD schools.
Dr. Garcia, thank you. I had the opportunity to serve under you as a teacher at Roscourge Bilingual Magnet School, as a mariachi director there, where you helped formulate the first ever mariachi curriculum nationally, which is why we see these young women here on the front, and first person to hire me as a school administrator at Pister Middle School as an assistant principal. So thank you for your mentorship.
And look at them now.
Moved up.
Well, thank you so much, Board of Supervisors, for this great honor. I was privileged to serve as superintendent of TUSD the decade of the 90s, and it has been one of the best times of my 41-year career in education as an administrator and a teacher. TUSD is the #1 school district in Pima County, the first school district in Pima County, the first school district in the city of Tucson, and either the first or the second school district in the state of Arizona. And we were here before the University of Arizona came into being. So TUSD has been serving the Tucson community since 1867, 157 years of producing what I used to call the future of Tucson, because the young people have become the future of Tucson and Pima County and state of Arizona. I myself signed I figure about 25,000 high school diplomas during my almost 10 years service as superintendent. And that was always the thing that I'm most proud of, that I had something to do with the development and of generations of students everywhere I go. In Tucson now as a retiree, and there's a Tucson graduate that that I signed the diploma certifying that he or she had the skills and the character for graduating from our school district. So it's a great honor for this, and I thank each one of you. Steve, I knew from Rotary, and of course Sylvia, Adelita, more her father, that we worked together. Jan was a great help in many efforts over those 10 years that I was here. So thank you very, very much.
Okay, we have On the addendum, we have item 1, Vail School District's annual diaper drive. This is a presentation of certificates of recognition to Mark Tate and Colin Jovanovich. There's an H missing that we will correct, but it'll be corrected and everything else. Appreciation of their efforts during the Vail School District's annual diaper drive for the Arizona Diaper Bank. So Supervisor Christie moves the item. I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
This is indeed a special honor for me because I'm able to present these recognitions to what represents the best of the best in our District 4. And we're proud of what you have done and what you've accomplished. And we're going to recognize you for that effort today. First, we'll speak to Mark Tate. On behalf of the residents of Pima County, I am pleased to present this certificate of recognition celebrating outstanding community service by Mark Tate. The Vail School District's annual diaper drive has collected over 200,000 diapers for the Arizona Diaper Bank, thanks largely to the work of one man, Mark Tate. Mark heard that government assistance programs didn't cover diapers, prompting many parents to use the diaper bank as a bridge between paychecks. So, on his own, he decided to take the initiative and to do something about it. The Vail School District sponsors the drive and collects the donations from their schools, but Mark Tate is the driving force behind it all. Thank you, Mark, for stepping up and serving our community. And now we're going to recognize Colin Jovanovich. On behalf of the residents of Pima County, I am pleased to present this certificate of recognition celebrating outstanding community service by Colin Jovanovich. Collecting diapers as part of a drive at his school in the Vail School District started out as a fun thing for the fifth grader. He likes competition and winning. So Colin began collecting diapers, lots of them, 7,000 to be exact. Not surprisingly, he was the top diaper collector for an Arizona Diaper Bank drive that eventually collected some 200,000 diapers for folks in need. The competition was fun, and Colin told KGUN 9 TV, but winning wasn't the focus. Instead, he was motivated by, quote, taking care of other people who need help. Thank you, Colin, for setting such a great example for both students and adults alike. We'll be keeping our eye on you. We see a bright future ahead. Congratulations, Colin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christie. It's just been a real honor for me. This is our 8th year at the Vail School District, do a diaper drive. We started 8 years ago. That first year we collected 70,000 diapers. Last year we were 250,000 diapers, and this all in a 10-day period of time from day after Labor Day for 10 days. We have someone that donates a 48-foot trailer that we're able to load and then haul it up to the diaper bank that's here in Tucson. Over the 8 years now, we've collected just over 1.2 million diapers for those who have a need for it. It's one of those things where the government assistance doesn't allow you to use the money for diapers. So now that family in need has to decide where to spend that money. Is it on food, or do I spend it on the diapers? And then it's one of those where when you get a job and you need childcare requires you to bring diapers with you, then how do you get the diapers? So it's that vicious cycle. And so the Vail School District and community has been able to just have a great time for the last 8 years, and hopefully many more in the future, to collect the diapers. Schools have lots of competitions. Colin this year took it upon himself. We've had students who do a harp concert, and the cost is diapers to attend for that. Just tons of competitions. Sonita Valley collected over 67,000 diapers this year. And part of that reason was the principal said if you win across the district, the assistant principal and the principal will wear a diaper for the day. And the kids loved it. And they kept bringing in more and more diapers as they competed within the schools. And the principal and assistant are very proud to wear that diaper Friday as we celebrate this year's diaper drive. So thank you very much. But it's a great honor to serve the Vail community and the Pima County. Thank you.
Don't get any ideas about your supervisor wearing a diaper. Colin, would you please say a few words? Thank you.
How'd you do it? How'd you collect your diapers?
The reason why I collected all these diapers is to help people, and how I got them is because we asked family and they helped us achieve our goal.
Got a picture taken over here.
Okay, sorry. We have one more proclamation that is, we saved a really important one for last. And then we'll take a quick break, and then everyone who's here for proclamations can sort of ease their way out. Thank you for your patience. This is a presentation of proclamation to Cecily Johnson, Chapter President, Tucson Chapter, Jack and Jill of America, proclaiming the day of Friday, November 1st, 2024, to be Tucson Chapter, Jack and Jill of America Day. I'll move the item. Second. I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. And if you are here for this item, if you can please come on up. All right. Whereas Jack and Jill of America, Inc. was founded in 1938 under the leadership of Marion Stubbs Thomas as a nonprofit family organization that strives to create civic-minded leaders who celebrate the fullness of their heritage, take purposeful action, optimize their talents, and advocate for themselves and others. And whereas the members of this organization are a collective of devoted families committed to nurturing future African-American leaders by stimulating the growth and development of children ages 2 to 19 through educational, cultural, civic, and recreational health and social programs inspired by mothers while enriching the lives of all children in our community. And whereas on Saturday, October 7th, 1978, the Tucson chapter was established under the leadership of Fran Harper and Beverly Johnson, starting with 22 mothers as the newly chartered Tucson chapter of Jack and Jill of America, Inc. And whereas for 46 years, the Tucson chapter has remained steadfast in its dedication to empowering young minds, cultivating leadership skills, along with 271 chapters across the nation, striving to serve the greater communities and stand united in our commitment to excellence in service. And whereas the Tucson chapter of Jack and Jill of America in this year celebrating its 46th anniversary will hold the Far West Region FWR Regional Area Work Day Conference and Leadership Training from November 1st through the 3rd, 2024 2024 at the Westin La Paloma Resort and Spa, bringing together over 500 Jack and Jill Mother members, associates, alumni, and teens from across the Far West region, which spans 6 states of Alaska, Arizona, California, Washington, Oregon, and Nevada, with 29 chapters making up the region to experience the beauty and resources of Pima County. And whereas the Far West region Regional Area Workday Conference and Leadership Training themed Leading with Excellence, L, Learn, E, Empower, A, Align, and D, Develop, will include workshops, training sessions, competitions, community service projects, and fundraising events benefiting the Jack and Jill Foundation, Boys and Girls Clubs of Tucson, and Tucson Unified School District's A Legacy of Excellence African American Student Services Scholarship Fund. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Friday, November 1st, 2024 to be Tucson Chapter Jack and Jill of America Day, and urges all Pima County residents to recognize the members of this organization for their continued efforts on behalf of our youth and congratulate them on this monumental anniversary. Passed and adopted this 15th day of October 2024. Congratulations. So how about if I send the mic? Who would like to speak first, and then maybe people can introduce themselves?
I'll try to keep it simple. But my name is Cecily Johnson. I am the chapter president of the talented Tucson chapter. And as stated, we're a national organization of moms dedicated to raising the next generation of African American leaders, as well as enhancing the lives of all children. And we accomplish this mission through different programs, specifically focused on leadership development, civic legislative advocacy, and philanthropic service. And we have a whole lot of chapters, over 280 chapters nationwide. Our chapter has 22 dynamic moms. I'm so glad that they're here to support us. And we've been in this community for 46 years. So it's been an honor and a pleasure to continue to raise the next generation from all the way ages 2 all the way through 19 with their leadership development skills. So we're very happy to have moms coming to join us for this national conference and for this recognition today. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for having us, and thank you, supervisors. We so are honored by this proclamation. I'm Kimberly Braxton Inekwe. I'm the vice president of the Tucson chapter, and I also serve as the grade group leader for our middle school students.
Good morning. My name is Rochelle Price, and I am the chapter recording secretary.
Good morning. My name is Marisa Grijalva Thompson, and I am the chapter corresponding secretary and also the grade group lead for grade group 2.
Hello, my name is Brandy James, and I'm the grade group leader for grade group 3. This is one of my.
I am Floyd Thompson, and I am in 4th grade at Hollinger.
Nice.
My name is Belen Thompson, and I'm in 2nd grade, and I go to Hollinger.
Thank you for being here. Can we take a quick picture? If it's okay with everyone, let's take a couple minutes so people that were here for proclamations can sort of ease their way out. Thank you so much. We'll see you on the 30th.
reports. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11. On page 10, item 55, it's a hearing for liquor license. There's a correction. The clerk's note can be removed from the agenda. There's a revised zoning report, and it indicates the primary use of the space is a spa, not a bar. So the zoning standards are met. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are late, actually, for a time certain at 10? 10:30. Oh, 10:30 is the first one? I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say 10. Okay, so we are on call to the public. Citizens attending meetings shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board, may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We have 12 speakers, so every speaker will have 3 minutes. We have Rolf Polo, Corey Stevens, and Susan Kelly. And if I've called your name, if you can come on up, that would be great.
And Chair Grijalva, for the record, Supervisor Hines has joined the meeting.
Thank you.
Ready?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, I came to the United States legally and alone at the age of 11. My parents were not allowed to leave the country. You see, Marxism destroys the nuclear family, then takes God away from the political equation. And since Marxists are atheists, their only God is the state. A year later, in 1962, my parents were allowed to leave the imprisoned island. They were in their mid-40s, did not speak English, did not know the culture, did not have a high school education, but they had discipline, a terrific work ethic, and belief in God. In 1977, they bought their first home. They lived the American dream. Since I moved to Arizona, I've made many Mexican and other Central American friends. They are hard workers. They love their families, their country, and they believe in God. They achieved their American dream legally. Now, progressivism is a euphemism for Marxism. The Board of Supervisors, controlled by progressive leadership, lectures us about hate speech. Yet real hate is the anti-Semitic speech and violence directed at our Jewish friends in the streets of our country and on college campuses. By the way, what is the progressive BOS majority doing to stop the vandalizing of conservative candidates' signs? Well, you're doing nothing. So in fact, you're aiding and abetting violence by your inaction. But don't you worry. The corporate news propaganda back there will cover your Marxist doctrine designed to destroy the country from within.
Corey Stevens?
I'm here today to demand to know why the Republican candidate for sheriff has been placed on administrative leave. Last night, I was forwarded an article from the Green Valley News which states she was placed on leave citing a possible criminal infraction. Let's just revisit Sheriff Nanos's history with the department. He was under investigation by the FBI for misuse of RICO funds, which ended in the unfortunate suicide of one of his chiefs? Did the county ever thoroughly investigate that situation and consequent cover-up? The jail cafeteria run by Radke's family member. Castigar making a felony stop without post-certification. Deputy Jane rape case and subsequent outside investigation which found numerous departmental failures. All-time low departmental staffing due to a toxic work environment created by a dictator who uses retaliation as his weapon of choice. I find it laughable in the article he says, I have a responsibility to this community and to this department to make sure that people are held accountable on either end, whether it's criminal or internal. He knows nothing about accountability because he himself has never been held accountable. Has he threatened any of you? It is time for people to speak up. How many millions of dollars has he cost the county? Deaths in the jail, numerous, too many to count. Escaped inmates from the jail, causing havoc in our community that has cost this county money. It is time Nanos be held accountable. It is time the citizens of Pima County vote him out of office. Victims need to come forward. His employees should speak up and be heard. They should not be afraid to do so. Retaliation at any level should be unacceptable, and they should not be afraid to come forward. The HR for the county needs to do exit interviews with their employees when they leave this department and not be afraid to do so. Did you all properly vet when 3 captains left the jail? More than 80 years of service, 80 years of experience left that jail. Did you find out why?
Thank you. Susan Kelly, followed by Sharon Green, Shirley Ricard, and Brenda Bauman.
Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you. I'm Susan Kelly. I have high expectations. My parents had high expectations of me, and now as an adult, I have high expectations of others. Sheriff Nanos has on numerous occasions failed me and the public. He allegedly allowed a deputy to be assaulted at a holiday party while he was present. He has now put his political opponent on administrative leave, even after he admits she likely has done nothing wrong. How corrupt. I think the board should publicly condemn him for his lack of care of the people of Pima County. He only clearly cares about himself. You are also failing the people of Pima County. By continuing to spend federal money to feed and house illegal immigrants, you are not helping our homeless population. Our homeless population in Pima County is not limited to Tucson. I see them as far north as Tangerine Road. I feel very bad for them. They don't have anywhere to live. I help them. I give them water. These 2 gentlemen happen to be both in wheelchairs, and they travel along Tangerine Road not even on the bike path all the time. Sometimes they're along the side of the road and Dove Mountain Boulevard. It's really sad, and we need to do something about it. And you continue to raise our property tax rate. If we were raising our property tax rate because we were putting it towards a good cause like the homeless, I think everybody would understand. But we aren't doing that. We're spending our money all sorts of places where it's just not a high priority. I believe in conservative fiscal property, or policies, but as property tax rates grow, so does rent. I became a real estate agent, but a lot of people can't afford to even rent, much less buy. You're not helping anyone. Get control of the budget, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Green?
Good morning. Consider this.
The Republican Party of today is now the party of the working class and has the values which the Democrat Party had 30 years ago. The Democrat Party is now made up of 70% of the wealthy, big pharma, big tech, the military-industrial complex, and it values ongoing costly wars and the death and destruction of our children through abortion and transgender treatments. They propose setting price controls, which is a communist policy that has been a failure anywhere it has been implemented. Former high-profile Democrat Party supporters are leaving the Democrat Party and instead embracing a Republican Party that stands for freedom, liberty, and peace without wars. Our own Pima County Board of Supervisors has supported the invasion of our borders, spending more than $120 million to support illegal aliens. At its peak, we taxpayers have paid $1 million weekly to house and feed illegal aliens in Pima County. Whether this money comes from federal or local money, the taxpayer is still paying for this. It's time to stop this fraud, waste, and abuse. What are the values of the Republican Party today? They include a strong, healthy economy with minimal inflation, supporting and upholding our Constitution, safe communities supported by a strong, honest police force which protects its citizens, a secure border that screens out people with criminal histories, an enforced border policy that provides sponsors who help new legal immigrants integrate into our culture as productive citizens, honest elections requiring ID and paper ballots without machines, no government mandates, no compulsory injections, no ongoing expensive foreign wars, and promoting laws for employment, college admissions, and promotions based on meritocracy rather than DEI criteria. More policies to consider. Restore our energy independence. Again, require bail for violent crimes. Support regulations that facilitate good business practices. Educate our children rather than indoctrinating them with fluid gender policies. Stop transgender indoctrination and surgeries of minors. Promote women's sports for women and men's sports for men. To again restore honest competition. Restore respect for our Constitution's First Amendment of our all free speech without censorship, as well as support our religious freedom. All of these positions have been attacked or dismantled by current administrations. The above ideals are our mandates to this Board of Supervisors from we, the people. There's no perfect candidate. We must be wise and vote for policies, not individuals. Support policies that will once again lead to freedom, liberty, peace, and hope.
Time has expired. Shirley Ricard.
Adelita, a statement was recently made by you that the people who speak against you are racist. In actuality, none of us care in the slightest how you look, not your skin color, your weight, nor the clothes you wear. We care about being respected and honored, that is all. When you live up to your oath of office and obey our guaranteed constitutional rights and laws is when we may find a modicum of respect for you. Your oath of office insists that you agree to honor our constitutional rights and to follow Arizona's laws, which you have failed to do. You violated our oaths, your oaths of office. You've neglected your obligations. You've abandoned local rights and protections for the federal government by greedily accepting their bribes. You've promoted the UN's goals while our goals have been obliterated. You're pursuing a creed of foreign nations in DEI, to which you adhere, which means you're not working on behalf of we the people. The UN tyranny during COVID was and is election interference. The very reason why we come here to school you in the Constitution and to instruct you when you violate our rights, which is pretty much constantly over the past several years, is because you've clearly shown that you're unable to handle business on our behalf. In doing so, you've broken the public trust. Immigrants come here to experience freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, to defend themselves from harm, to freely pick representatives that honor their contract with the people, to do no harm, to act with courage, and to faithfully follow the will of the people. These are glorious rights that they don't have in their own home countries. You continue to violate our constitutional right to free speech in this very forum, just as you did to me when you banned me from a public meeting for speaking one word that you had a distaste for. You blatantly ignore USC Article 4, Section 4, which states that you are to protect us from an invasion. Yet you ignore this ruling for your own profit as you aid and abet our invasion by foreigners who steal benefits belonging to U.S. citizens. You are not just failing to protect us. You are guilty of treason against the people by encouraging and welcoming the foreigners who are overwhelming our resources and is destroying our beloved city. We are all immigrants, Adelita. Some just arrived earlier than others. Your family's been lucky to live the American dream. Let us too experience the American dream, to live peacefully without governmental interference. We want to enjoy the benefits that the U.S. Constitution guarantees its lawful citizens. Note, only U.S. citizens are permitted to vote. We demand that elections are free from government and foreign interference.
Brenda Bauman, followed by Brooke Doty and Sylvia Doty, I believe. And, oh, Brooke. Okay, all right. Brooke?
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
So I'm confused. I got the agenda for today's meeting that you published. It said that all attendees are advised that the Board of Supervisors strongly adhere to Board of Supervisor rules, regulations. But I asked for a copy of the regulations and it's not available. So how am I supposed to, if I show up here for a meeting, I knew the meeting, why don't you have the rules here? Melissa? It says to contact you if I have questions. It says, what does it say? Outbursts, breaches of peace, boisterous conduct, and other unlawful interference. So that seems to imply that outbursts and boisterous comments are unlawful. Is that right, Mr. Attorney? Well, the U.S. Supreme Court said that vehement, caustic, and unpleasantly sharp attacks on government officials and public officials is my constitutionally protected free speech right. You cannot prohibit outbursts or vehement or caustic comments. That's illegal. 42 U.S. Code 1983, federal law. What it says is that public officials and government employees that systematically deprive citizens of their constitutional rights have no qualified immunity and are subject to prosecution and personal lawsuits to hold you personally accountable for violating rights. On its face, your policy appears to be in conflict with the U.S. Constitution. Mr. Attorney, sir, did you hear me? Sir, Mr. Attorney? Sir? It says Melissa is supposed to fix this. Melissa, fix it.
Brooke Doty, that was you?
Yeah, my wife
Okay,
wants
thank
to
you.
give me her 3 minutes.
No, thank you.
That's a violation.
No, it isn't. If she wants to speak, she can.
Yes, it is.
Sir, calm down.
It's fine.
Calm down. Let's, well, or also rude. Yep, sir, your time is expired. Have a seat, sir. Ma'am, did you say you wanted to speak? Okay, I'm sorry.
You gonna arrest me? You gonna ban me?
Are you, sir, calm down, please. Calm down.
It's okay, honey. Yes, my name is Sylvia.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the other half of that racist white man. Oh my God, married a Mexican. Oh, he's so racist. He's white. Yes, and he has Arab grandchildren. Oh, because that's how we raised our children, to be colorblind. But over here, you like to separate people and keep us in different fragments. You're black, so you gotta be this way. You're white, you have to be a racist. And if you're brown, you have to vote Democrat for, you know what? No. I deny that. I deny you. Nobody's gonna tell us what to do, what to get, who to vote for. If you're Christian, you cannot be a Democrat because you're pro-abortion. What about the rights of that baby girl that is being killed after birth? What about her rights? She has no rights. It's a different body. It's a little baby girl that is being killed. And I believe that most of the people, young adults that are here, that are pro-abortion, are doing that because they themselves killed their child or their children, not one, but many times. And you're feeling that guilt, and you want to make excuses for your actions, okay? I also believe that most people here, well, not all, but a lot of them, a lot of politicians are bought by the cartels and paid by the cartels. So who owns you? Who pays you?
Melinda Sherwin? Excuse me, Melinda Sherwin? Followed by Robert Royce and Gary Frank.
Hello again. It will come as a surprise to most. None of we, the people that are executive leaders, have conspired to conceal their discovery that 98 to 148,000 voters who have unverified citizenship status have a history of voting for 2 decades without detection. Our esteemed leaders have blamed this travesty on the computer glitch, another computer glitch. Not only that, but on September 10th, our Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, our Attorney General, Chris Mays, and our Governor, Katie Hobbs, conspired to hide the discovery during a 40-minute-long telephone call. What has been revealed is an epic failure to prevent non-citizens voting in our elections. However, all 3 of them expressed more concern about avoiding negative press/optics than in performing their duty. AG Mays even expressed concerns that removing voters from the rolls might trigger accusations of rigging of the 2004 election, once again, fearing optics more than her failure to enforce the law. These executives are knowingly allowing up to 148,000 voters to commit election fraud and conspiring to cover them up. We need our voters' lists to be run through the database of the Department of Home Security, DHS, to determine just how many of them are non-citizens. Order that be done now. Also, October is Vaccine Injury Awareness Month. It should be proclaimed as the same. The injuries, blind friends, brain-injured friends, the hearts of injured children who die on fields, on sports fields, babies dead in utero, Matt Hines, from the vaccines that were pushed so heavily by you and this board.
Robert Royce.
Sorry I missed the last meeting. I had a little car accident. My airbag burst, so I got roughed up a little bit. But I was going slow, so I didn't get hurt. If I'd been going fast, then it would have been an issue. I got roughed up, but I'm not damaged. 4 weeks ago, I stood here and described the Republican candidate for president as a federalist, a purveyor of a failed economic and political system that American voters turned their back on long ago. And I will never vote for a candidate for president who defies every single principle that I have lived by my long public life. But what about the Democratic candidate? I would much rather we would have had an open process once we all realized that that Biden was too old to serve a 4-year term, but we did not. We'd be better off right now if Claire McCaskill or Andy Bashir or both were our ticket. We'd be 5 points ahead, and Trumpism would be at its end after November. But the issue is immigration. Should it be legal? Or is illegal okay? I've always been offended by this Bracero system whereby Mexico in particular is held in poverty so that we have a steady stream of cheap labor. But we're not going to end illegal immigration in the border as long as people are willing to, and the government tolerates hiring people that come in without documentation. It's going to go on. You're not going to stop it with any fence. First thing we need to do is honor those who have been doing our dirty work, eviscerating our chickens, butchering our hogs and our cows, and planting and tending and harvesting our fruits and doing all the jobs that Americans don't want to do anymore. And tearing them up and throwing them out of the country would solve nothing because people, who's going to do the work? So I would suggest my plan is to issue work permits and residence permits to those who have been abiding by the law and doing their work. And after that, just end illegal immigration through a system where people get in line and they get their documentation and they do their work. I don't stand for giving citizenship to people who cross the border illegally, however. Thank you.
Gary Frank, followed by Isabel Garcia and Kevin Kubitsky.
Good afternoon, Mr. Christie. I rise today because I want to celebrate a man who I have a lot of admiration for, a visionary man. His name's Christopher Columbus. Several decades ago, centuries ago, he came across the water, and he did not discover America. We all know that by now. But a lot of people thought he did for centuries because they hadn't dug up enough stuff to figure out he didn't. But you guys are trying to destroy this man, and I mean Democrats. He's been dead for much longer than all of us have been alive, but you guys are out to destroy him. Why? Because he did some stuff to future generations, did things to the American Indians. Sure, we did. There's no question about it. They used bioweapons against them. They used smallpox against them. But the Democrats have used bioweapons against the United States of America, against my friends and family. It's called the jab. That's what we call it. It killed 17 million people across this planet. Thank you very much. We took their kids. Yes, we did. White Anglo-Saxons took their kids and put them into places and trying to turn them into little white boys. We all know that. A lot of them died. But you guys are taking our kids. We put them in your schools so you can educate them, but you turn them against us. You turn them against our families. You turn them against our faith. You turn them against the country. And now you're turning them against their own minds and their own bodies. And now they're going to be killing themselves because you guys think it's okay to castrate our boys and chop the breasts off our little girls. What about heritage? Yeah, it was popular back in 1850s and 60s and probably longer to go out into the country and dig up anything that's Indian and destroy it. That was popular. Well, you guys are doing it right now. You're destroying our culture just as much as you can, including the reputation of Christopher Columbus. Look to yourselves. You guys are doing exactly what you're decrying. Christopher Columbus and all the people that came after him did to this country. Now, you say we took their land. Yes, we conquered their land, but keep in mind, the Louisiana Purchase, Alaska was purchased, and this place right here was purchased. This is American land. This is not Indian land. You can't claim it just because you want to claim it's Indian land. This is the United States of America. This is my country, and I'm going to defend it. You know, the Trail of Tears, horrible thing. Lots of horrible things happened to the American Indians. We all know that, including Chief Joseph of the Perez Nez Perce up there. Terrible things happened. But what do you think about the Trail of Tears coming up from North America and South America and every place else around this world? Do you know how many people die trying to get to this country because you guys have opened the borders? Do you have any clue whatsoever? No, you don't. So look to yourselves. You guys are doing exactly the same thing that you decry.
Thank you. Isabel Garcia.
Thank you very much, Board. I'm here about Proposition 314. We came 2 weeks ago to talk about it, and thank you very much for having supported our march and rally against Prop 314. What I'm here for today is to plead with you to draw estimates on what it would cost to hire additional police officers in the sheriff's office, additional space, training on immigration law or something. It's not in the proposition. You're going to have new public defenders and prosecutors and jail space. I think the county, it's imperative that you determine the cost. And I understand the legal department said that we can't have the costs estimated for us because it would be like supporting one side or the other, and I think that's wrong. I'm asking you please to let the public know before they vote what Prop 314 will cost, minimally. I'm not going to really address the racism and hatred I hear from this side about immigrants when we will, clearly bring reports to you and to them about how immigrants have built this country, about how immigrants are responsible for us being the #1 economy in the world right now, and it's all due to immigrants. But there's another cost. It's the cost of, look at this morning. It's really the favorite part of the meeting every time I come, is to hear the proclamations. And look at this morning. Will Dr. Garcia be racially profiled? Absolutely he will. A person that you've honored here. All morning long, the people that have PhDs, I have a PhD too, Pueblo High School, thank you very much. But this is a statewide initiative. It's going to cost us. We need to determine the cost, both in terms of financial cost, but the trust that's going to be eroded between community and police officers. Last night I was at a beautiful event. A lot of Indigenous people. Yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day that was celebrated. Indigenous Peoples Day, not Columbus Day. That's what we celebrated. They would get full immunity if they came and raided our event. Now, politically, we could raise a stink, but these propositions are very hard to turn back, as you all know. So please do everything to oppose it as much as you can individually, but we really think that we need an estimate of what would it cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Kubitsky. And Kevin is our last speaker.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. You guys probably already know who I am, Kevin Kubitsky. I ran in 2020 against Nanos in the primary. My issue today is that I thought about this. I wasn't going to say anything, wasn't going to get involved, but I feel that it's really, really important with what's going on that you guys are made aware of this situation. I'll try not to go over on time. Recently, 3 people were just put on administrative leave by Chris Nanos for their stance on this upcoming election. The reasoning and the status behind it seems weird to me, but I think it's something that needs to kind of get exposed. Heather Lappin was put on administrative leave. Aaron Cross was put on administrative leave, and Deputy Garcia was put on administrative leave, all because they oppose Nanos. Heather Lappin posted pictures of an event that occurred over the weekend. Aaron Cross is at this event. They were wearing tan shirts, green pants, no identifiers as law enforcement at all, and signs that said deputies don't want Nanos. For Nanos to go forward and do this is typical of his behavior, as I can attest to in the past about this stuff going on. There's other stuff that has occurred that I think you need to be aware of, because to me, that's clear and cut campaign interference. When you do that, he controls now Heather's, who had a fluctuating schedule. Now he controls her schedule Monday through Friday, and he can limit her from 8 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock p.m. at night and not allow her to campaign during these last 23 days. In addition to that, in the article by Dan Shearer, it clearly states from Nanos's mouth that they're going to do an internal and criminal investigation simultaneously. Well, we just got the AG report back about the situation involving Deputy Jane, and they identified where they don't do criminal and internal investigations at the same time. This clearly contradicts that. So there's many, many issues and problems. I personally have been called by Internal Affairs as a separate entity. I no longer work for the department. I was called by Internal Affairs and interviewed and asked specifically about whether there was an FBI investigation involving Nanos or not. I simply told them I would not answer, said I was not going to confirm nor deny. They were asking me what my political affiliations were about Heather, about my conversations with Aaron Cross, and whether I was talking to Terry Frederick. All of that's inappropriate. I even made a complaint saying I want to file a complaint because I had 3 incidents happen to me specifically as a private citizen now, where my name was mentioned among all the deputies over the radio at the...
Thank you. Your
Okay.
time's expired. Thank
Okay.
you. If you have any written comments, anyone, you can go ahead and submit them to the clerk.
May I submit a document?
Yes, through the clerk's office. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the public and ask if any of my colleagues wish to ask staff to review a matter, ask that a matter be put on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. Okay. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Yes, I'd like to understand, and I know the sheriff is duly elected, and but I'd like to understand why these individuals were put on administrative leave.
So we're asking our county
Yes.
administrator or legal to look into that. Okay.
Please.
All right.
And I'd also like Sam Brown, our attorney, to once we understand what's happened, if there is a breach of the law by letting these individuals on leave for political purposes, if it is that.
Yeah, let's just be real careful, just give clear direction, and then if there's a report, it'll come back.
Okay.
Right. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I would echo and support Supervisor Lee's request, and I will be forwarding my own request to Sam Brown and Laura Conover that we appoint counsel at some point, or explore appointing counsel to investigate this.
Okay, that's direction. So we're just asking them. I'm just
simply
trying to be
saying what
real
I'm gonna do.
careful here. We're threading. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Thank you so much. So we're on item 22. That was a time certain item at 10:30. And so this is a general fund contingency request for the Justice Court. Staff recommends approval for the use of $50,000 from general fund contingency for costs associated with Green Valley probation position. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. Any questions, discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Just wanted to thank Judge Carroll and his staff for the innovative work that Green Valley Justice Court is doing. I was able to go down there and watch a session of one of the extraordinary specialty courts that are being operated by Judge Carroll and his team, and just wanted to thank him for everything that he's doing in his capacity, and for looking at different ways of approaching the duties under Justice Court. And would encourage any of my colleagues to go down to Green Valley and experience directly exactly what it's like for the folks who have to appear before Justice Court, and the both caring and empathetic reception that they get from Judge Carroll and his team. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Judge Carroll, you're here. Did you want to say a few words? Or do you just want us to vote? Either one.
Thank you. I just would allow the chair to call the question, but I wanted to make sure that you knew that Ron Overhaul and both Mr. Sanders from Ron is with the presiding judge who supports this request. That's Judge Liskey, and Judge David is with adult probation, and he's also here to support our request. So thank you. Charlene Pesqueda would be here, but she's doing arraignments. Thanks to Jan Lesher. Adelita, we're going to see you tomorrow.
Yep.
She's
I'm
going to
doing it
come to
tomorrow.
your suggested visit. Matt's been there. Sylvia's been there, and Steve's always welcome there. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. So the only other thing I would say before we vote is this is a one-time request, correct? And so the assumption is this is a new position, and we're approving this one time, and then the hope is that the courts will figure out amongst their own budget. So this is a one-time increase. Is that correct, Mr. Lesher?
Chair Grijalva, it would be an additional staff person, additional probation officer that we would anticipate be continued funding in the future.
So that would be my only concern, because I know the courts have a significant budget. We approve it, and they also have some vacancies, and I want to encourage the innovative programs, but I would prefer this be a one-time increase of $50,000 for this position, and that we work together with the courts to figure out consistent funding. Otherwise, it would be coming out of our contingency fund every year. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm not sure what the pleasure of the board is.
Sorry, may I?
Yeah.
Is it
Supervisor Hines?
Is it ongoing as it's currently written, or is it just a one-time?
No, that's why I asked. The assumption is that it would be an increase to the court every year. So I thought we were doing this one time and sort of let the courts figure it out, because it's a new innovative program and I want to support it. But I didn't want this to be an increase to the budget of $50,000 that would be coming out of our contingency year after year, or general fund year after year.
And
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, I'd like Mr. Sanders to speak if I could, because this position is for a probation officer, and I know that we have been communicating with the board recently about some of the state mandates about increasing probation officers and what we need to do. And partially this is to assist with
Yes,
that.
we currently support the Justice Court in Ajo and the Consolidated Justice Courts here in Tucson. Both of those courts have funded a probation officer on an ongoing basis. Our budget is about $21 million. Of that amount, the state covers 54%, the county covers 32%, and the rest is covered by probation service fees that are paid by probationers, as well as state and federal grants. So the county's portion is 32%, but you get all of us. So we're really a good deal for you. But as long as the county funds a probation officer in Green Valley, you'll have a probation officer in Green Valley. If it's a one-time allotment, then we'll be asking for the same thing next year.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Doesn't all court funding come from the general fund?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, the general fund funds the courts. All of the funding for the courts does not just come from the general fund. There are more than half of the funding comes from the state of Arizona, or has been, as I sent in a memo last week, we're seeing that amount decreasing. But I know Mr. Overholt is here as well to explain. There's fees associated, there's general fund dollars, and then there is funding directly from the state. Those are the three buckets of which I'm aware of.
Three primary, yes. That's why we're often caught in the middle. When the state does something, the county doesn't like it. And when the county does something, the state doesn't like it. And we're often caught in the middle.
And so can you clarify for me, we have Ajo courts, Green Valley, we have individual courts, and we approve overall the budgets for all of the courts, but we can't dictate how that funding is spent and allocated. And so this is an additional position where there are vacancies in the court system that I think, I'm wondering why, and I'm going to support this, but I'm wondering why we can't figure out a long-term solution that does not involve an increase year after year out of contingency or the general fund. That's just sort of my question. Anyone who would like to, I want to sort of understand, because we have, other than approving the bottom line, we have very little, I mean, and understandably so, different branches of government, all of that. But I'm just wondering why an FTE that isn't already allocated to the courts couldn't be long-term fill this need.
I'm Ron Overholt, the Superior Court Administrator. Good morning, Chair Grijalva and members of the board, and Ms. Lesher. We've had an ongoing relationship with the Ajo Court, where they have paid for a probation officer for all the costs of a probation officer. Adult probation is under the Superior Court, which is a separate budget from the Justice Court budget. So we do have sort of compartmentalized budgets. But Judge Carroll came to me and said, would you give us the same arrangement that you have with Ajo? And I said, sure, if you're able to pay for a probation officer for the whole function, then we'll provide one. I checked with Chief Sanders, and he said, yeah, we would support overseeing a probation officer. But so my issue is not where the funding comes from, other than it's not a Superior Court function, it's a Justice Court function. So
and so within the Justice Court budget, there are also, I mean, we have vacancies in every budget. So but I'm just wondering why, and again, I'm not trying to discourage like new innovative programs. I love all of the diversion programs. I'm just trying to figure out why this will continue to be a long-term adjustment.
And by my Chair Grijalva, and we can certainly get back to you with different information. When the board approves the budget, there's really three elements within the Justice Court's budget. And there's the Justice Court's Tucson, Ajo, and Green Valley are separate, and the PCNs, the employees assigned to each of those is separate as well. One thing we have been talking with the presiding Justice of the Peace about is, can those positions be reallocated? There are vacancies, for example, in the Tucson courts. Could those be reallocated to assist in Ajo or in Green Valley? We will continue to look at those elements. The concern of this was a little unique simply because it is a probation position and not some of the additional court staff, based on the services provided in this unique court.
So I'm wondering if we could move the item to allocate this one time, and then if you could come back, I'm guessing in the next 2 or 3 months with what happens, so we could, if we have to revise it, then it can be done that way. I really feel like if we have open vacancies within the Tucson system, why they can't be allocated to other courts. I'm just, they have a pretty healthy budget, so that's why I'm wondering.
Madam Chair.
And Supervisor Lee and then Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Mr. Overholt, may I ask you another financial question?
Of course.
So is it not true that family court is under the umbrella of Superior Court?
True.
So if that's the case, then why can't it be looked at as a whole? So Superior Court vacancies could help family court. Why is that not the case?
Well, because we have separate budgets. We're all funded separately. And so family court is under the Superior Court, and adult probation is under the Superior Court. So that's our budget, and as Ms. Lesher said, part of the budget comes from the state, part from fees, part from the general fund. But we're separate entities in terms of budgets.
Well, okay, and maybe this is a question for Director Mullen. I have a question because, it's a creative program. Why can't we do creative budgeting? I mean, it's all part of the court system. So is there some kind of statute that prohibits Superior Court assisting family court? If not, then I guess I would say to you, why wouldn't Superior Court assist family court?
Well, we have.
With budgeting.
Yeah.
With budgeting
and we
specifically.
Do. And we do. And
well, with this specifically, because that's why I'm asking. Ajo Court has come to Administrator Lesher and myself asking for a new position. Mm-hmm. And you look at the vacancies, and we just looked at family court, but I think it is the role of Superior Court, and maybe I'm wrong because, I'm a lay person here and I don't understand your business, to be honest. So the question that I have is, can funding moved, even though it is within one to the other? And, Director Mullen?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, the way the budget is created for Pima County is each department has its own separate budget. There are different types of money. General fund money lives in a number of departments. It would be up to, I believe, the Board of Supervisors, with the exception of elected officials. Once you set their budget is set, and you really can't tell them how to spend it or remove money from it unless it's a board action. But we transfer money between departments, general fund departments, routinely within the county in the non-elected, non-courts area. Would it be possible for monies to be moved within the courts? I believe the answer is yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yeah. Correct me if I'm recalling wrong, but I thought we approved this position in the last meeting.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I don't believe so. I think we were bringing it back today.
Okay, so if it's okay, did I make the motion? And so if it's okay, if I can amend the motion for a one-time and then ask County Administrator Lesher to come back within this first quarter, just to sort of let us know if there's a possibility to transition this to one of the other PCNs, and then we can reconsider if that's not a possibility.
May I?
Okay, yes.
That would
But
be
wait,
certainly
who
something.
seconded? I'm sorry, just to make sure. Is that okay with you, Supervisor Christie? Okay, so we've amended. Go ahead.
No problem here.
Yes,
We just
Judge
want to
Carroll.
make sure that everything is above board. This is a big move towards meeting the expansion that we received 3 years ago when we took over Precinct 5 from Doug Taylor, who was relieved of Justice of the Peace Precinct 5. So we basically absorbed 30,000 people. Those are people out in Vail. Those are people, Colossal Cave all the way, as you know, to the fairgrounds. A lot of people out there have caused, we've already inherited them on probation from Doug Taylor. So I just wanted you to know that we're working towards a solution to keep people safer. The domestic violence, the escalating numbers and the spiraling of alcoholism that attaches itself to that crime is definitely escalated to the point where we really do need it. I'll be happy to work with the administrator. I'm sure that Dave and Ron and myself can all come up at some important next meeting to try to confirm that we could have this ongoing. But certainly my background tells me that this is necessary this year. Thank you for your motion.
Oh, no, and there
Thank
is
you for your
no,
second.
and there, for me, there is no argument about the need and trying to get people, to be a part of diversion programs, to be monitored so our community is safe. That's not the issue. For me, it's if I look at a budget that has vacancies that are essentially under the same house in theory, then I'm wondering why those can't be reallocated. And if this is an opportunity for us to sort of encourage that chat, that's sort of where that is. Supervisor Hines?
Last quick question for Judge Carroll. Does the one-time situation and potential, limit on this position impair hiring for the position in your estimation?
It's a good question, and I believe it would not.
Okay.
I think that Dave has already indicated that we have a good opportunity right now to fill the position. We have no other vacancies in our court, no other PCN available. We have one person that's using 14 hours, and the balance are completely full-time employees. We're doing good work, and I look forward to seeing especially the chairwoman tomorrow.
No, I'm excited. Okay. All right. And again, we're talking like a short term, 2 months, so we can get some information back. I think that would be helpful because I don't want to jeopardize the program. We're just trying to figure out funding. All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. So we're running a little late. We have item number 26. It's time certain at 11. And this is investment in cash balance reports. It's a presentation of the Pima County Treasurer's Report. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva, and Treasurer Ackerley is here. And I think we began having discussions following a situation that occurred in Santa Cruz County about what we can do, working with the County Board of Supervisors and the Treasurer's Office to ensure that we have complete transparency amongst and between the different entities, and working with the Auditor General's Office. And Treasurer Ackerley came forward with some ideas that he would propose for the office about communication and reporting with the board. Even though, again, as a separate independent elected official, we saw what those problems might be. So Mr. Ackerley is here today to talk with the board about what he's doing within the office and possible recommendations.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Grijalva, board members, Administrator Lesher, senior staff, and guests. So as you might have heard in the news, there is a neighboring county who's having a little bit of difficulty locating some of their money. And so it has spurred some discussion. And I'm sure there will be a whole lot more discussion both between us, across the state, amongst treasurers and their counties, and probably even at the legislature as we go through the coming year in response to that. So on your agenda this morning is a review of the cash balance and investment reports for July and August. And attached to that agenda is the reports as they're submitted to the board, clerk of the board every month, and the investment report as it's posted on the treasurer's website every month. But I would like to take a few minutes to go kind of over it and put it in context and sort of explain where it comes from. I think you'd have to go back a long way in history to find a point where these were actually presented to the board. I don't think it's in anybody's recent memory, right? So like to take a few moments to place it in context. If we could have the next slide, please. So this is sort of an overview of our process. Right? As taxes are collected and jurisdictions receive money, whether it's state payments or payments from other sources or revenue from what we generate internally, it all funnels through our office. Right? And all the money all gets deposited in our office. We then pool all those funds, just like a bank. We pool all of those funds and we invest them, right? And so all of the payments and deposits go through our servicing accounts, right? We have a series of servicing accounts, whether it's account payable for the county, whether it's our main servicing account, whether it's our incoming online tax payments or processing center tax payments. They all go through our servicing account, right? And then we move funds in and out of that account. We match up what we think are going to be the needs to cover any of the payments that go out in the coming days, and we move money in and out of those investment accounts to balance that off. So we hold between $1.5 and $2 billion on deposit at any given time. Be with $1 billion. Right? And we move about $100 million to $300 million every week. Right? So all of those funds and activities, right, are balanced every day. And let's make it clear that this is an everyday thing, right, and recorded on the treasurer's ledger, right? And this is where we keep track of where all the money is, right? So this is basically a bank ledger, right? This is where all the money is. Now, all of the jurisdictions, right? Primarily the schools, because about half of the money that we hold is school district money, about half of it is county money, and there is a little chunk, so not quite half and half, but a little chunk that we hold for fire districts and special districts. All of the county's transactions and all of the school district's transactions, those all flow through our office, right? For fire districts and some of the other special districts, what we hold is their bond proceeds and their debt service money. The actual tax collections that we get for those jurisdictions then get remitted to those jurisdictions on a periodic basis, and they use their own servicing accounts. Particularly because, as you know, some of the fire districts actually span multiple counties. They're not a county specific thing. So all of those transactions are processed through our office. Now, Like a bank, I have to caution everybody, I can tell you exactly how much money you guys spent yesterday. I can't tell you what you spent it on. The folks in the back have to provide those answers for you, right? My credit union knows I spent $250 at Safeway over the weekend. They don't know whether I bought junk food or I bought organic vegetables. I didn't, by the way, but right. So they know how much money is spent, but not what is spent on. All right. And so then our task, obviously, is to all of that information, either to an IT integration, or there is a lot of paper in our office on pieces of paper, get entered into the Treasurer's Cash Management System. If you've heard the acronym TCMS, that's what it stands for. That is our system, internally built and internally managed, that basically keeps track of all of the jurisdictions, basically their checking accounts. Right? And so we have to match, each month we have to match all the money to what we have assigned to everybody's a checking account. Right? And that's a major process in our office to match those up and balance those. And then from the Treasurer's Ledger, we generate an investment report and post that online. And from TCMS, we generate a cash balance report for all of the jurisdictions, and that is filed with the clerk of the board every month. If we could move on to the next slide. So this is the investment report, okay? And it summarizes, as I said, where all the money is. So currently we have about half of our funds on deposit with the state treasury and what we call local government investment pools, LGIPs. About the third of the money is invested in large denomination agencies and bonds. Only about 4% of that is in corporate bonds, but that. And the remainder is held in money markets and certificates of deposit. So that's a sort of an overview of the investment report. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so this is the cash balance report. Now, you will notice what's included in your agenda has the account numbers, right? And that's what's filed with the clerk of the board every month. But this slide actually shows what those, for just the county section. The report includes all of the jurisdictions, but this includes the county section of it. So this is essentially your checking account balances, right, at the Treasury. Okay, if we could move on to the next slide. So obviously the troubles to with our neighboring county have sparked some discussion. And so here are some important considerations. First off, the character of the person in his office obviously is, I mean, that's a big issue here. But as far as the operations go, the important considerations, the internal controls that we have, the transparency and accountability, which you guys and the county finance department plays a part in, and then the auditing, where the internal auditors of the county, and then also the Auditor General's office comes into play. Next slide, please. So real quickly, let's make sure everybody understands what the internal controls mean. First off, I as treasurer, I do not initiate payments to vendors. Right? That's not something that I do. That appears to be the case in Santa Cruz County, but doesn't happen. I don't initiate payments to vendors. All of the transactions that go through our office require multiple steps. There are multiple people that be involved. Somebody initiates it, somebody else approves it. Somebody balances it, somebody else reconciles it. So there are multiple steps there. And as I said, there's a lot of paper in our office. All of the transactions in our office have a physical paper trail in one form or another. And again, as I mentioned, the deposits, the debits and credits, they are balanced on a daily basis, And then as far as the general operations go, one of the things is that all of our investment accounts are tied to our servicing accounts. We cannot wire money from our investment accounts to the outside world. That money first gets wired to our servicing accounts and then moves to where it needs to go. So all of that incoming and outgoing flow from the investment accounts goes through our banking reconciliation process. And then again, to reiterate that the reconciliation process involves multiple people. One person is not in charge of the entire process. The next slide, please. And then, of course, there's the yearly audit, right? So the Auditor General's Office audits us, and the county, many of the other major jurisdictions. A lot of the fire districts, though, get audited by an independent firm, and so we interact with those. Okay, so recommendations and areas for improvement. So if we could advance 2 slides, please. Okay, so as far as our internal controls, right? We've already been informed that the Auditor General's Office is going to review and revise their operating manuals for both counties and the Treasurer's departments, right? Hopefully it's just, sort of that time to do it, probably more likely in response to what happened to our neighbor to the south. But we're going to take that process and we're going to go through and we're going to review. Auditor General's already reached out to the County Treasurers Association for input on a timeline to review the internal processes that we all do, both at the county level and the thing. And let's take this opportunity too, because we are going through an ERP conversion at the county, and the school superintendent's office potentially next month is going to be going through an ERP conversion themselves to look at all of our internal processes and then look and then make sure that the way we transfer information actually makes the best sense, and that those internal controls are involved. And next slide, please. Okay, and so here's one of the recommendations that the County Finance Department made, and that's why I'm here, is periodic, as far as accountability and transparency, is periodic reports to the Board of Supervisors, okay? And that assures the public that, one, not only am I filing the reports, but that also somebody is looking at them, and that we have an opportunity to engage in questions. Constituents for board meeting collaborations. I have and will continue to do so. I have gone to board meetings for all of the jurisdictions, not all of them, but most of the jurisdictions that we actually served and interacted with their boards and their finance directors. And we'll continue to do that. And then obviously we need to look at revising some of the reports to make them more understandable to the public. And then finally, and perhaps the most important one is, if we could go to the next slide, is the auditing process. And one of the recommendations that was made by County Finance and by the AG's office is to make the financial institution statements directly available to the auditors and not have them ask us. And then finally, work with the Auditor General's office. This will be part of the process this year and part of the legislation that will probably move through the legislature to have them have a more robust review of the operations of treasurer's offices and counties. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
So, Supervisor Christie, then Supervisor Hines.
It's important what you've just given us as far as the controls that you see that are necessary to be either refined or upgraded or enhanced or put in place to begin with. One of the things, having some experience in this in a previous life, is to understand how the situation to our friends down south happened in the first place. Have you studied what they did down there, and can you address that, or would you prefer not to because there's an ongoing investigation? But in any event, it's important to know why and how they did what they did, and then transform that into our situation to make sure that what they did down there, we know what they did down there, and that it can't happen up here.
Yeah, so I don't have any more information than media reports. I have not been involved with that office down there, and so I don't have any more information than media reports. But it is, if the accusation are true, it's pretty obvious that the fault was One, they didn't have the internal controls in that office or ignored them. Second of all, that the oversight by county finance and by the Board of Supervisors was lacking. And third, the Auditor General's office obviously needs to be a little bit more robust in their oversight.
Madam Chair, but this has been going on, obviously, for a number of years. So there was a lot of lack of oversight going on for a number of years.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, yes, it appears that it was going on for 10 plus years.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. So I'm curious, does the Auditor General, when they're doing their annual audits, I believe I know the answer, but to your knowledge, do they review our finance team's documents, or do they also look at specific bank account statements or investment account statements as well?
So the Auditor General's office comes in and they audit the county. And here, remind me, because I want to get to a missing link, I think, that it engages in this process. So they do a robust audit, and yes, they will ask for sample things, and they make sure that all the accounts balance and all of this stuff. And then they ask our office for, and we pass them through the internal audit team for all of the financial statements and some records. And then they also do a pretty in-depth audit of IT systems, because it's basically the world functions online. So, and we have this process back and forth between the jurisdictions in our office, right? Part of that accountability is our system is separate than the county system, is separate than the school superintendent's system, and is separate than whatever the fire districts are using, or some of the independent school districts, right? And so just like they have access online to their checking account, right? Those offices go through and balance their systems to the checking account balance, right? And if there's an issue, we've got to resolve that issue. But what I think one of the missing pieces here is, while the county reconciles their checking account, and this school district reconciles their checking account, and the superintendent's office reconciles this checking account, and fire district theirs, I'm not sure that anybody is taking that all in aggregate and comparing it to what's in our office. And I think that might have been part of the ability in Santa Cruz County for that to fall through the cracks. So I imagine that part of the revisions to the Auditor General's policies and potentially legislation is going to be to mandate that we look at all of that stuff in aggregate and compare it to the treasurer's books.
Okay. And one other thing, this is going to sound a little odd, but I noticed Bank of America, is that our bank?
Yes.
Okay. Any particular reason why? And I'm not pro or anti Bank of America. Full disclosure, they have most of my assets on account as well. But why not Chase Bank? Why not Wells Fargo? Why not a state bank like National Bank of Arizona? And I'm just curious, when you have $1.5 billion, that's a lot of points and miles. I don't know, but it just seems like, which probably can't be utilized as a government entity, but there's got to be some sort of incentive to be like, hey, I just popped by a Chase just to check in and see if there's any incentives for us moving on 1.5 billion over to a different bank. Maybe we get a 0.5% better rate. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like something. How often do you do that? Do you occasionally shop around? Because it seems like you have a heck of a lot of ability to make the people's money of Pima County work a bit better for the people.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Hines. So yes, we're going to have that fund next year, because the contract goes through RFP process, and our contract with Bank of America will have to go through that RFP process next year. So yes, we will be critically evaluating those the concerns that you just addressed. That being said, understand that there are very few banks that can actually handle us, right? So because there is a requirement that all of our funds that are on deposit be over 100% collateralized with, because they're government money. And so, we are limited to the big banks, right? And then second of all, understand that we have a lot of, and we've done this with Workday too, there are a lot of integrations that are built between our ERP, our system, and Bank of America. There are a lot of IT integrations in there, and when you move from one bank to another, and this will be a heavy consideration as we go through the RFP, the cost and labor and complexity and disruption of breaking all of those IT integrations and rebuilding them with another bank is a very serious concern.
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have quite a full agenda still, just letting y'all know. Okay, we're gonna go, I think we've all exhausted the time certain, but we do have staff here for a couple of items, so if you'll indulge me in going a little out of order, we're going to take 19, 33, and 50 together because those are all elections related. So item number 19 is election board worker appointments. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 33 is the Town of Sahuarita Amendment Number 1 to provide for election services and amend the contract. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. And then item number 50 is the acceptance for elections of Arizona Department of Homeland Security to provide for the 23-24 Elections Department and Recorder's Office Election Security Grant. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Chair Grijalba.
Supervisor Scott.
Just a question for Ms. Lesher or anybody she wanted to designate. Were these competitive grants from the Arizona Department of Homeland Security, or did the legislature designate who would receive these grant funds?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalba and Supervisor Scott, I'm going to ask our elections director, Ms. Hargrove, to explain the grant. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Director Hargrove.
Good morning, Chair Grahova, Supervisors. Supervisor Scott, it is a competitive grant with the Department of Homeland Security.
The State Department of Homeland Security?
Yes.
Okay. And then how did we determine, and I realize I'm asking you to speak not only on behalf of your department, but also the Recorder's Office, how did we determine the scope of our grant request?
Chair Grahova, Supervisor Scott, we had to submit a plan of what we wanted to do in our departments, and the money was split that way. So we submitted it as a group, the Recorder's Office and the Elections Department, and that was the grant amount that we received.
And when the legislature created this grant program and allowed counties to compete for the funds, what was their intent?
Chair Grahova, Supervisor Scott, it really was the federal government who created it, and it filters through. I'm probably not the best person to answer this question, but it filters down through the state Department of Homeland Security to dispense.
I got you. All right. Thank you, Director.
Any other questions? Supervisor Christie? I'm sorry, Administrator Lesher, did you?
Chair Grijalba and Supervisor Scott will be glad to get you just a follow-up report and explain the genesis of the funds and how they come to the state and then to us. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Hines.
For indulging me. We've jumped around and it caused me to get out of place with my notes on this. And if you just give me a couple of seconds to ask Director Hargrove just some quick questions. Notice that you've done a really good job of balancing the election boards. I know that's a tough challenge. And it appears that they're really getting to that point where they're very well balanced. Question under locations. It states under quote unquote party. We see other and.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Christie, which item are you talking about?
This would be number 19. Yeah.
Did you need to revisit it? Because we've already voted on it.
Well, that was what I was asking if I could.
Did you want us to?
I already wanted to. I voted the way I was going to vote.
Okay, but you have follow-up questions. Is that okay, Mr. Brown? Because we've already passed that item. Do you want to go back? Yeah, we're going back to discuss an item.
I wouldn't be changing my vote.
Right. I just want to. do we have to reconsider?
Chair Supervisor Christie, does it relate to the current item that's being discussed?
No.
It would not be related to the current.
Could it be an explanation of his previous vote?
I just want to make sure that we're,
Yeah, I'd recommend we finish the item that we're on, and then we.
okay, and then we can go back and revisit.
And which item is that?
We're on 50.
50?
This is the Homeland Security security grant.
Okay. I don't have a question on that.
Supervisor Hines.
Just quickly, I find it somewhat distressing that we have to keep voting for additional security measures for people to vote in this county and in this state and in our country. That's all.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second on 50. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. So if you want to ask questions on 18, we have to go back to reconsider. 19.
19.
Wow, 19. Okay, hang on just a moment. I'm sorry. I was looking at 18 because that's our next item. So are we going back and asking for us to, do we have a motion, a second to reconsider and then vote again? All right. I'm assuming Supervisor Christie would second. So I have a motion to reconsider. Supervisor Christie seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Now we're back on 19. And then do you have any
other ones? No,
any edits to this? So can we just go ahead and move the item and then he can discuss? Okay, so I'll go ahead and move the item. Okay, now motion is second by Supervisor Hines, and now we can discuss.
Okay,
Please.
thank you.
I know.
Sorry for that. The jumping around got to me a little bit, but that's okay. Again, going back under locations, under party, we see the term other and unaffiliated. What do those mean?
Chair Grahova, Supervisor Christie, that just means they have not identified a party. So they're not the Green Party, they're not Libertarian. They may have put independent, they may have put something else, but for our records, they're just unaffiliated or other.
Okay.
Okay. And just to clarify, clerks are not required to be of one party or the other, so we are able to appoint them in those positions.
I see. And Madam Chair, one other, just a point here. If upon reviewing the centers, the staffing has roughly doubled, we've noticed. And even though there are roughly 50% fewer locations, we bought a lot of electronics since that time. So I just want to give a kind of a heads up as our meetings progress down the road. We will probably asking for a cost savings analysis to compare it with the cost savings we were presented with in 2022. So maybe in a meeting or two, we might request that we have that comparison of the costs today versus what it was presented in 2022.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Now we're on to 18. And 18 is the Pima County Local Workforce Development Area Plan 2025 through 28, and staff is recommending approval. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Do you have a presentation, or do you want us to vote? What would you like us to do? And Mr.
Pleasure of the board. If there are questions, there's a presentation, we can explain
We have a
more.
presentation if we'd like one.
Or you can.
Is there
simply
a?
vote. Thank you.
Chair Grahova.
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
Could we get an overview of the process for approval by the state? Because I understand that's the next step. And could we also perhaps get, along with that overview, a preview of how frequently the board will be updated on this plan during its effectual period of 25 to 28? Because one of the things that we talked about when the WIB representatives were here is that while this board's been sitting, we haven't gotten a lot of updates on the plan. And if we're fortunate enough to be here in January, would like to have regular updates on the new plan once it's approved by the state. Thank you, Chair Grahova.
Did you want that now, or did you?
I just wanted, I only wanted an overview of the approval process for now, but then wanted to get a preview from staff, and I don't need it now, as to how frequently we're going to get updates.
And if that's part of your presentation, feel free to present. But if not, then you could just shoot from the hip. I think that I had an opportunity to look it over. I'm assuming colleagues did too. So that's, I think, why we're comfortable. But
yeah, I'm happy to present Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott. The next step in the stage is if the board approves the plan today, it will go to the Workforce Arizona Council, which is the sort of workforce board for the entire state. They will give us feedback. However, we are pretty closely aligned with everything that is going on with the Workforce Council. So we're looking forward to that smooth sailing through the Workforce Council.
okay, any other questions?
Just wanted to say, I know this document with the plan highlights was sent to the Workforce Investment Board before their meeting on Friday. Appreciated getting a copy of it when our staff member who watched that meeting participated. And again, really am hopeful that that this board will be getting regular updates on the plan and its successes. And we had already requested when the WIB chairs were here before that we also get updates from Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi in terms of how the workforce development area plan impacts the economic development strategic plan.
All right, any other questions? Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I just want to say that Director Sullivan, it's the first time I've seen this plan, and I reviewed it thoroughly and very impressive. It's my first time, and I was like, wow, we're doing all this. So it looks great.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, I think a lot of that credit goes to the person sitting to my left, Cassie Lundin, who is the director of our workforce board, and Rhonda Pena. It's been about a year worth of work that's gone into it, and I'm proud to say that it's not a rinse and repeat document. It reflects the heart and urgency that goes on a daily basis at the Pima County One Stop. It highlights that we're there to be innovative, to try new things, to be there for people on the worst day of their lives, and to serve people holistically, and try new things, and align with the Prosperity Initiative, align with the strategic budget framework. This is the best plan that I've seen in my time, and really the credit goes to the folks who have spent over a year putting it together. So thank you very much. And if I may go back to
Well, now I kind of want you to do a presentation.
Oh, sure.
Only because, I mean, I understand that we're crunched for time, but I also think that we put a lot of work into it. So if you could go through maybe a little bit of an abbreviated sort of presentation, I think that would be really helpful.
Chair Grijalva, members of the board, happy to do so. If we can go to slide number 2, if I can really, actually the first slide that says the plan, if I can highlight what's different in the last, from now to the last plan, really is the theme, as I mentioned earlier, is innovation, alignment, and collaboration. The funds that we use are the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act funds. They come from the Department of Labor down to the state and then down to us as a local area. We didn't want this to be a perfunctory document that just checks boxes. We want it to be customized to the unique needs of our community, be it somebody experiencing homelessness, to an engineer laid off, to a business who's looking maybe in trouble of closing down. So really it highlights the alignment that we're doing with the Prosperity Initiative, really encouraging our case managers to continue to define that heart and urgency as intensive wraparound services for the folks who come to see us. It's not just to complete a secondary education to get into a dignified job. We're there to make people successful while they're in that post-secondary education and after. And the definition of those jobs is not just a job to sustain. It is dignity of work that can provide for a family, can provide for generational wealth. And some of the innovation that we're doing, we've mentioned it a lot. Things that I'm very proud of are the navigators. The navigators that are growing, that they are spread out throughout the community, are reflected in this plan. And also, the big shift from this plan, from the last plan, is the emphasis on apprenticeship programs, on-the-job training, paid programs for youth and for adults. And I'm proud to say that our pre-apprenticeship program stationed over at Los Artes is the first of its kind in the state. We're already graduating cohorts of 15 on a regular basis, and those jobs are family-sustaining jobs. The other key element really is engagement with the community through our business services team, and that we're getting out to folks when there's a layoff. It's not asking them to come to us. That the one stop is not an edifice, right? It's a service delivery concept of we will meet people where they're at and serve them as best as they can, either through navigators or directly going out to an employer who has a mass layoff. And also, the partnership is key. I'm sort of skipping around here, but actually, if we can go to the next slide.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Before we go to the next slide, Mr. Sullivan, I really appreciate you pointing out the distinctions between the current plan and the next plan, and would ask when the board is getting reports on the current plan, if it could focus on those areas where there really is a difference from the existing plan, because that would be very revealing in terms of how the current plan is bearing fruit in the community. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, absolutely. Moving on to, and we've talked to you a lot about this, and this isn't random, the sectors that we are targeting. We work with economic development, everyone, and align with the state so that we know that we're getting people into, again, dignified, sustaining sectors that have jobs that will achieve mutual goals for our employers and for our participants. So it may be confusing on the side, that's all encompassing of DOL language, but pretty much most of if you look at health sciences, education and health services, that includes nursing, phlebotomy, all that kind of stuff. So I can be up here until midnight, which I'm sure you would love, explaining ONET codes to folks. But if I can get the next slide as well, after the targeted sectors. This one is really telling. So if you see Arizona Department of Economic Security through the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, there are mandated partners. However, if you look at everybody else, those are the folks that we choose to work with. Not choose to work with because we don't want to duplicate services. We want to enhance where we can. We want to be as a value add to the community. And again, instead of compete, we want to collaborate. So this isn't even an exhaustive list of everybody that we collaborate with, and it will continue to grow. And it shows that we can't do this work alone, that it takes a community to provide these services in a holistic, right manner. It's not just a one quick touch. It is a touch from us that is intensive. And if we don't have the resources, we have the relationships to facilitate a warm transfer to folks who do have those services. And if you can go to the next slide. And again, this is the wonderful work of keeping the trains on time that Cassie and Rhonda and everybody at CWD and the Workforce Board did to ensure that this document, again, was not rinse and repeat, that it is a relevant document to the times that we live in. And the thing that 120 businesses were contacted. So we were ensuring that all audiences, our customers and businesses were engaged in this process, and multiple departments, again, with the Office of Communication, Digital Engagement, with my good friend Sarah Davis over there, with everything she's doing with sustainability, it is a plan that has feedback and is not just something that we as staff, think was a good idea. It brought in stakeholders. And that's what I hope is the abbreviated version of my presentation this morning, and happy again to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Lee? Okay.
To go back to the slide where you were talking about partners, back when we were discussing the contract with JobPath, the board received a letter from you and Dr. Greif about how JobPath and CWD were going to be working collaboratively, and we were going to be getting some regular updates on the progress of that collaboration. If we could, I don't know that we had any kind of schedule for that, but when there are updates to share with the board, either related to this plan or other areas of collaboration between JobPath and your department, I know that would be of interest to all of us. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. And, yes, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 4-0. Thank you. Okay,
And that was number
18.
18.
And so we have staff members that are here for a few items and members of the audience that are here for a couple other items. So if you'll indulge me in popping around just a little bit, we're on to item 40. 40 is EX2 Technology LLC to provide design build services for the project design services for the Middle Mile project. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And then we're on to item 16. Flipping around, I apologize. Item 16 is, actually, before we do that one, can we go to item 17? Because we have people that are here for these items. 17 is a petition for relief of taxes for the New Life Worship Center. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And item number 55 is, here we are. This is a hearing and for a liquor license for Fuchsia Spa. Is anyone here in opposition of this item? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 3-1 with, with Supervisor Lee voting no. And then since we're on the hearings, is item number 56 is a bingo license hearing for the Green Valley Sahuarita Lions Foundation. Is anyone here to speak in opposition of that item? If not, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now we're on item 16. And 16 is a climate and sustainability initiatives. This is a presentation of these initiatives across Pima County operations. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. We have both our Director of Environmental Quality and a Senior Advisor here to walk you through some of these presentations. Mr. DiBiase.
Thank you for being here and thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your time this morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. We're here to present to you an update on our climate action activities, along with our sustainability action plan for county operations that we have ongoing efforts throughout the years, thanks to the board's direction and leadership and the county administration's leadership. I'm going to pass it over to Sarah Davis to talk a little bit about the expansion of the county's climate action efforts this year.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, thank you very much for having us here today to give this annual update. So I'll quickly debrief on the past 13 months since the establishment of what is now known as the Climate Action Executive Team, which was at the direction of the county administrator in an August 28th memo with our Sustainable Action Plan for County Operation annual report. In the beginning of September, we had our first Climate Action Executive Team meeting of 9 interdisciplinary department directors. With the support, dedication, and commitment from our deputy county administrators across the enterprise of the county, that group has now grown to 24 acting departments with the establishment of a Climate Action Advisory Committee. So not just representative of department directors, but critical staff, subject matter experts, and operational leads for a number of these sustainability and climate action priorities. That group is now over 60 staff members, and that also includes our Green Stewards, which is an educational component representing 25 staff members. Over the first 3 months, we surveyed a lot of these groups in alignment with what Director Sullivan said. We did a robust amount of subject matter expert feedback gathering about how to build on our sustainability initiatives, specifically the SAPCO, and grow our climate and sustainability priorities in alignment with Board Resolution 2022-25 to grow our efforts into our comprehensive climate action plan for county operations. This team, in its growth, identified 4 critical areas, the first of which being reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, extreme heat, water resources, and invasive species and wildfire. The 5th directive was to complete the activities of the current existing SAPCO, which is 2018 through 2025, so that we can get data-driven measurements on how to grow our comprehensive climate action plan. In alignment with, I think, a lot of our speakers today, this interdisciplinary enterprise-wide approach really underscores that none of us can do this alone, and that this interdisciplinary model assures that any county department can be resourced to grow this. This department director group of 24 county departments is truly interdisciplinary. It is not just our public works departments, but it is our health and human services departments. It is our central service departments. And this assures we can align with the county strategic direction and budget pillars to best identify our priorities for sustainability and climate operations. So with that, I'll hand this over to Director Tobias to talk about our SAPCO successes in the 2018 through 2025 period.
Thank you, Sarah. So this slide here shows the SAPCO success stories. Going back a little bit for the board, it is through the board's vision over the years and the county administration's direction and the engaged leadership of the various departments in the county operations that these success stories have come to fruition. It's an opportunity to appreciate the county's ongoing efforts in regards to the county's process and progress in regards to being good stewards of our natural resources. And so this lists a very wide-ranging group of projects that have been put in place by the county and various departments and have achieved success regarding our SAPCO metrics. And I would ask that the next slide progress, please. And continuing on with the successes about carbon emission reductions as it relates to county operations, the graph on the right-hand side shows the light blue line. Approximately 40% of the county's emissions from carbon over the last handful of years has been reduced. And this has been done through a multitude of department actions through county fleet in transition to EV vehicles and hybrids. Currently, we're at about 21% of the total fleet is EV and hybrids, which has surpassed the SAPCO 2025 goals. And additionally, the next 2 largest sources of carbon emissions on county operations is through wastewater and facilities. Both have ongoing projects that have updated equipment that have reduced significant amount of energy emissions, energy usage for the county, as such reducing carbon emissions overall. So we have not only met our SAPCO 2025 goal, but exceeded it a year early. And on that graph to the right, on the very bottom part of that, is a nice bright circle that shows our 2030 target for county operation emissions, and we're well on our way to succeed that way. Unfortunately, as it relates to the climate and temperatures, I will pass it back over to Sarah to give us an update on that.
So I think we all have seen recent National Weather Service data to highlight that 2024 is the hottest year on record. Over the SAPCO period, the 6-year period, we had a cumulative average of over 35 days, the equivalent of an extra month of 100+ degree days. That has extended our summer period from April through October. I think this was evidenced this year, especially in the late September weeks and early October weeks, where we saw 13 days of 100-degree days, 4 of which were over 105. We broke records in the last 2 weeks of September. July of 2023, which we were previously measuring against in 2020, which had the overall record. July of 2023 had the most extreme heat days and broke records there. So we're continuing to see an average increase every single year of extreme heat days. And with that, I'll ask to advance to the next slide. So the climate action teams, as we did our new prioritization for our sustainability and climate action goals, really wanted to build upon our current existing mitigation efforts. So carbon reduction, landscapes, workforce, materials, all of the key chapters that are identified within the SAPCO. But it was a shared, underscored priority to really shift into what the county can do to become more resilient and adapt to things like extreme heat. And I think the board had some monumental direction over the summer on how we grow our response effort to extreme heat. So over the past year, we've developed comprehensive plans for greenhouse gas emissions reductions, extreme heat planning. Invasive species and water working group are coming up next, but we'll first talk about the plans that you have seen at the dais in terms of correspondence from this team on our priorities. And we'll start with the Pima County Priority Climate Action Plan, which is a regional partnership.
Thank you, Sarah. So PDEQ was a recipient of a 4-year planning grant from EPA for climate pollution reduction. The first deliverable was due to EPA on March 1st. We did an enterprise effort through the Climate Action Executive Team and the advisory group, along with our coalition partners being the City of Tucson, South Tucson, Town of Oro Valley, and Tohono O'odham Nation. Together, we developed over 25 distinct projects that together would bring about 1.5 million metric tons of carbon emission reductions to the region. The initial effort was to apply for implementation funding, which we did in April. Unfortunately, the region fell just a little bit short with that. But this PCAP provides a foundation by which we can use to apply for future funding, and also as a foundational document as the next deliverable for CPRG would be our comprehensive climate action plan that's due in December of 2025 with EPA. So the enterprise effort continues. We have a dedicated staff here at the county and the department, and we look forward to our ongoing coordination with our coalition partners.
Additionally to the Priority Climate Action Plan, in spring and throughout the summer, Pima County, sponsored by the Pima County Health Department, along with a regional network of over 25 partners, other municipalities, tribal partners, community-based organizations, non-governmental organizations, emergency response teams, American Red Cross, and National Weather Service, to name a few, deployed a cooling center network of over 40 cooling centers, which served over 15,000 people this year, with a comprehensive communication strategy to address heat awareness and draw people to our Beat the Heat website. During the major storm of July 15th, our website had over 5,000 hits to find resources for cooling center during extended power outages. The Health Department also, in alignment with the directive from the governor's office in March, deployed their Pima County 3-year public health heat plan to implement future years of heat respite across the region. This includes with our urban and rural partners and innovative strategies to bring cooling resources. We also, because of this Board of Supervisors, passed the first county heat worker protection ordinance. With that, we've been able to develop a heat plan guide for any business that wants to use it to do a heat, illness, injury, and prevention plan. So these are wide-reaching and comprehensive. I'll ask to progress to the next slide, please. And what you'll see through directives from the county administrator and the board over recent months is some comprehensive planning efforts to address invasive species and wildfire risk. That team is an interdisciplinary team of over 11 county departments to comprehensively address wildfire risk and the role of invasive grasses. The priorities there are really to identify priority grasses, where the region has priority zones, enhanced data GIS mapping that can be utilized across comprehensive network of partners, support the redevelopment of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan with an expanded invasive species section, and integrate some planning for an administrative procedure to understand the county departmental role in addressing invasive species. We have also reactivated the Water Working Group, which will establish its new priorities, specifically addressing scarcity and degradation, looking at innovative ways to use water harvesting, alternate uses of water, and collection opportunities, reducing the demand across our county facilities and county properties, and looking to plug into other policy opportunities such as Pima Prosper. So you'll see correspondence from each of those teams with comprehensive plans in the upcoming weeks to months. Next slide, please. And for us, in 2025, 2030, things that you can expect are the development of the Climate Action Plan for county operation. All of those priorities we've highlighted have comprehensive plans and will be integrated into our county operations footprint. All of those have feedback, substantial feedback gathering to assure that all of our strategies meet the needs of our community. We are looking really comprehensively about all of these strategies and their connection to public health impact, workforce development, and disproportionately affected or vulnerable community members. We are assuring that all of our projects are malleable and scalable so that we can pivot if we need to respond to hazards appropriately. And those are identified through data-driven operational capacity and evaluative design to assure we're also meeting our budget pillar commitment. We cannot do this without the collaboration of our regional partnership and our county departments. The fact that 24 county departments are actively engaged is monumental. And I want to underscore that most of this has been done with small grant seed funding, and a lot of this has been done, about 85% of this has been done out of the goodwill partnership that we've established across this community. And so we will continue to operate in that same strategic design model to assure that any strategy we deploy does meet our most vulnerable and disproportionately affected and can be scaled region-wide. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva and members of the board, thank you for allowing us an opportunity to present what you can see has been extraordinary work from Mr. DeBias, Ms. Davis, and all of our participating departments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us an overview. I'm really looking forward to a lot of the breakdown of a lot of those plans, because I think we're doing a lot of really good work here in Pima County and ongoing work that I don't think we talk about enough. And so I'd like to have this be some sort of set presentation where maybe on an every other month kind of thing where we can break down some of those really comprehensive plans. So I think it's going to be helpful for people to understand what we're working on, because some of our cities around us are really vocal about what they're doing, which I think is great. But I also want to be able to highlight how we're collaborating and helping, at a county level as well.
Chair Grijalva, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. First of all, this is a wonderful report, and thanks to you and all the partners. I do have a couple of questions. I didn't see a lot on there, and maybe I just missed it, on what we're doing with regards to solar. So that's, because you see the solar plants all over, and, what are we doing as a county?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Lee, I did leave that out inadvertently as it relates to facilities. They have an ongoing effort to increase our solar capabilities, and that has contributed to those carbon emission reductions that's shown in that graph. So it's an ongoing dedicated effort on the county's part to reduce our emissions and to reduce electricity usage, which helps the overall budgets.
Okay, thank you. Maybe that can be included somewhere. One of the things that I was so impressed with this summer, I had, the cooling center in Ajo, our county administrator, I guess we got 2 from the state, and we got a cool-tainer sent over there. And I had never thought how innovative to have solar running a cool-tainer, which is one of the shipping containers, and it kept it at like 68 degrees. And I think about the neighborhoods and some of the low-income areas where we have a lot of poverty. A lot of those households cannot afford air conditioning. I know my mother, I grew up with swamp cooler. I didn't know anything different, right? So, and so my guess is a lot of these communities still have those swamp coolers, and when electricity goes down, it's when we need them the most. I would love to see cool-tainers in some of those communities, be it with the City of Tucson partnership, but to have the ability when the temperature rises, we know we're going to lose electricity. The elderly, for example, have a place to go so that they can cool off. So that would be something I'd love to see in the future.
Thank you. Okay.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Can we go back to the previous slide? Thank you. With regard to the climate action planning, this is over a 5-year period, but do we have any rough timeline for those? And what I'm most interested in is when we might hear from the water working group, because we have quarterly meetings with the Regional Flood Control District, and some of the projects that we're hearing about with regard to retention and detention of stormwater and uses for that for both irrigation and perhaps recharge of the aquifer have been of great interest to our team. So I just wondered if there was going to be wondered if there was going to be a more specific timeline as to when we're going to get some of these items that are spread out over this 5-year period.
Supervisor Scott, Madam Chair, members of the board, the water working group priorities should be developed and out for review before year end. And so that component will be the water chapter of our comprehensive planning effort for county operations. This will also plug in nicely with our comprehensive climate action plan because there are many partners across the region that will engage in that. The plan is to have a draft of our climate action plan for county operations late spring, early summer, because we've done so many of these planning efforts throughout this year and we're building on the reprioritization. Solar is something that we are going to address, and also incentives. And then the comprehensive climate action plan, which is the regional plan, will be in December of 2025. So all of these things will plug in so that they meet nicely to those deadlines. But you will see correspondence in and around our water priorities and the reestablishment of the water working group in short order. Invasives will be first.
And did you want to say something, Ms. Lesher? I'm sorry. I just, a follow-up to that, we're going through the revisions to the comprehensive land use plan. And the county obviously is not a water provider, but I just wondered, in conjunction with this climate action plan and the overhaul of the comprehensive land use plan, how, and this builds into those regional partnership networks, how are we working with local water providers, not only on these climate action planning steps, but also on the revisions to the comprehensive land use plan?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Scott, so Tucson Water is notably the largest water utility in the region, and so we work directly with Tucson Water. Our regional flood control district does, as does our wastewater department. So the strategies that Tucson Water is applying in terms of water conservation and water sustainability, we're plugged into those discussions with the City of Tucson. Our team at Development Services is a member of the Climate Action Executive Team. So as Ms. Davis indicated, all of these efforts underway by the county that have touch points with each other are highly integrated, and I would say more so in this space than we've ever seen previously. And so we will continue working directly with outreach to utilities and agencies in the water area, and then incorporating that into the Pima Prospers chapter on water. And we'll continue to work with the Water Working Group in a community-wide integrated fashion. So these will all inform one another and will align so that we don't have fragmented efforts. We're really leveraging the capacity of these different opportunities to come up with the strongest strategies and approaches to addressing things like water or any of the other topics that you heard on the update today.
Thank you, Mr. DeBonis. And could I just ask, what are some other examples of regional partnership networks as described in that last bullet?
Supervisor Scott, Madam Chair, members of the board, I think the Priority Climate Action Plan really was a monumental effort that started this regional climate action work. I think the development of this partnership network to have the voices of everybody at the table prompted us to continue to model all of our priorities in that same way. And so I think through all of these priority areas, there are a ton of organizations, local governments, NGOs, community-based organizations that are doing this work, maybe not directly, but indirectly, that all feed into this. And by us providing a forum by which to do it, it only bolsters that in the areas of climate and sustainability. I think when we think about sustainability and climate and tie it to public health, and we tie it to workforce development, and we tie it to economic vitality, I think all of that expands the partner area. And so we're continuing to build on that approach and building the table longer, if you will, to make sure that we have all of the appropriate partners in the room. Invasives is another great example of that. It is built on such a wide variety of outreach and volunteer efforts. And to have all of those folks at the table to help us develop a wildfire protection plan alongside scientists, alongside regional wildland firefighters, to do all of that assures everybody's voice is represented in the room. So we really benefit the PCAP. The PCAP was the establishment of that model.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, just to amplify a bit, each of the types of initiatives had slightly different partnerships and will continue to do so. I think back to when we were doing the work on the heat initiative and working with the chambers of commerce, some of the business organizations, unions as well. When you look at, as Ms. Davis has mentioned, our invasive species, the various coalitions dealing with buffalo grass and invasive from the U of A. We've worked with different grant opportunities. We've worked with, we mentioned firefighters. So each provides a slightly different group of community partners.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
All right. Thank you so much. We have one other sort of out of order. Item number 20, monthly financial update. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. And we do have Ms. Moulton is here today to give us that update and to see where we are for this period of time. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, the report that we have for you today consists of an update on the period to August forecast. As you know, the county is implementing the workday systems for most of the financial and procurement and budget systems. And the go-live for the financial and procurement portions of these systems was July. The other systems are being brought online as we make the progress necessary. The budget system, which is the system that we'll be using for forecasting and creating our budget, is coming online next week or later this week, fingers crossed. So when I gave the update last week on August, it was a partial update. So I wanted to complete the update of our financial picture for August and then also provide some information related to vacant positions, since that was an endeavor that was going on during the month of September. So the current slide is a repeat of what I showed you 2 weeks ago, where it states that the county is basically on target for budget with regard to revenue projections as well as for expenses. If you could go to the next slide, please. I wanted to spend a little bit of time on property taxes. This slide shows the property tax revenues that we've actually received, as well as what's projected for the year. You can see that we are on budget, but that the actuals look very low. The actuals are low because we do not normally receive property tax revenue until October. So in the month of October, these numbers will start to true up. But at this point, we have every expectation to be able to meet the budgeted goals that we have. In the reports, in future months, we will be able to show all of this comprehensively together again, expenses at the department level as well as revenues at detailed levels like this. Next slide, please. I wanted to spend a little bit of time on the vacant position policy implementation. The board in July, the vacant position policy was implemented. At the end of August, memorandums were sent to all of the elected officials and department directors identifying what positions that were currently vacant would reach the 240-day threshold for vacant positions, so that the departments could have a chance to review and or fill those positions by October the 1st. This is the summary of what happened with those positions. There were 156 in total. Of those, 39 positions are being eliminated. 46 positions were filled, which is really pretty good news, and 71 appeals were granted. Of the ones in the general fund, 11 positions were eliminated, and what that means is that approximately $340,000 of budgeted salary and benefit dollars will be removed from those general fund general fund departments and placed into the general fund contingency for utilization as the board deems appropriate. Next slide, please.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
You know what, hold on, because I'll have a question after this table. I thought I was going to have one after the last one.
Okay. This slide just represents an analysis of what kind of appeals were granted. There were 71 positions that were where department directors or elected officials requested dispensation from the positions being eliminated. That represents what you see here are the various rationale for requesting those exemptions. There are two that stand out as the highest dollar amounts. One is positions currently in the recruiting process. All of those positions are in a status where lists of candidates have been pulled and interviews are being scheduled. If those positions do not end, or if those recruitments do not end with a applicant being hired, those positions are then subject for elimination. The other one that is the highest dollar amount is the first one on the list, which is, the majority of those are in the county attorney's office. If you recall, last January, the county attorney came before the board and talked about their special revenue funds and how some funds were eliminated from the budget. The board put the funding back in the budget in this current fiscal year. These 21 positions are tied to those special revenue funds. The county attorney asked for some dispensation because they didn't have the opportunity to try and fill those in last fiscal year. So that represents those 21 positions. So I would be happy to answer any questions.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I did have questions, Ms. Moulton, about the 21 positions in the special revenue funds, but you anticipated that question. And so let me move to grants, because when we were talking about this policy, one of the things that we pointed out is that grant-funded positions made up an extraordinary number of the vacant positions. Even though they were a smaller percentage of positions overall, they represented a significant number of the vacant positions. And it seems like from this data that we're still trying to get a handle on grant-funded positions, because we've got 12 of them where they're required to meet the terms of the grant and adversely impact the general fund. But are those positions that are also actively under recruitment? It just seems to me when I looked at the memo that we got, the follow-up memo, that we're still trying to get a handle on grant-funded positions and how many actually still need to be in existence. I have to say that overall I was surprised that we had 71 appeals that were granted. I get the reasons under the general fund. I now get the reasons under the special revenue funds. But I'm still struggling with the grant-funded positions.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, I think, first of all, over the last couple of years, as we've been focusing rather significantly on the vacancy savings, I think you'll note that those numbers are down considerably from where we'd been, and that a understanding of exactly the purpose of the positions and how we use those funds if there are vacancies has been critical. With the grants, the concern has been not only with the funding, but as we've talked about before, if I see open positions in grant-funded positions, my concern is with the completion of the grant appropriately. That if we're still looking at positions that are open and we haven't filled them, that to us is the flag that we look at and make sure that we are adhering to all of the requirements of the grant. Because those become one, if we sweep the position, there is not a benefit to the general fund. It's simply, those grant dollars would not be necessarily available, but we want to make sure that we are allowing for the grant to be continued. So that's the biggest part of it. We're seeing that we have many of them, I think 16 of the 21 remain in active recruitment. So it's the concern that I've been really looking at is those last 12 of the grant positions of how are we doing, what are we doing to get those people hired, have we had turnover in those positions, and what is it we need to do to make sure we're fulfilling the requirements of the grant. And that's been this very specific review. We do have, if the board is interested in, each of those appeals has a memo that goes with it that has been developed by the department, signed off by department directors, deputy county administrators, and me before they went to that process. So we're happy to provide all the granularity on each of those, but we're just summarizing for you what we think are the biggest drivers of why we still have some vacant positions.
I think that for me, when I voted in favor of this policy, this was the area I had the most concern about, with this idea that we would be sweeping any grant-funded positions. Even those that are a matched fund, those are important. Even the 12 that are there are likely a match. And so if we do anything to inadvertently impact these positions that I do believe we need in order to finish these grants, then we would either have to send money back, which nobody likes to do, and actually they don't like to receive it back because they want us to actually do all of the work. But I want to make sure that, at least from me, you're not feeling any pressure to try to sweep any of these, because we want to make sure that those positions are filled in order to be able to meet the grant requirements. We want to be in good standing with all of our funders, and grants are a significant part of our budget. So I understand this, but the vast majority of these, except for the 12, whether they sweep them or not, are not going to positively impact our budget at all anyway.
No, Chair Grijalva, thank you. And actually, when we talk about the NAFCare item that's coming up on the agenda, and grant-funded positions that are within that item, I have similar concerns. I just had a sense when we were talking about the policy's implementation that grant-funded positions were still an area of some uncertainty, some nebulousness for us overall because of their percentage of vacant positions that they represented. And I just feel like we're still trying to get a handle on all of these positions and their role within the county workforce. And I have that sense even more so after hearing from both Ms. Moulton and Ms. Lesher. And it also seems to me that overall, that having 71 appeals this first go around, that's probably a high number, and we perhaps wouldn't see that many moving forward. Is that fair to say?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I don't know. I say that because I don't know. We may have had a variety of, are there positions that haven't hit the 240 that may roll into that? I believe it will be true in that over the last couple of years, we have worked considerably to continue to delete the number of vacant positions. And so this is where we're first implementing this process. I believe it will go down. But that's just my gut. I don't have the math to prove that yet.
Okay. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I'm glad to see the number of appeals granted. I think that if we are too rigid, it would hurt the departments. And so I'm really happy to see that. The part there that is a little concerning to me is the position is in the interview stage. If no candidate is selected, the position will be eliminated too, and their grants. But if you think about it, if the director of that department is in the candidates are in the interview stage, obviously that's a needed position. Wouldn't it, if the director knows that if they don't hire somebody in this round, they're going to lose that position, they'll go, well, I'll just take Joe Schmo because I don't want the position eliminated. So to me, it just seems, it doesn't make sense that would be eliminated. If they're in interview stage, give them another shot because it's just not a candidate. The candidates there aren't appropriate, they're not right.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Lee, that indicates what we will be doing to adhere to the current policy. If we go through this process, those positions are set to be eliminated. They remain the opportunity to go in a couple of ways. If they'd like to appeal again, we can review that. Pardon me. And we've also been very clear in the past that if positions are eliminated because it's been vacant for so long, they can come back and appeal, not appeal, but request a new PCN. And then it's evaluated. What we're trying to get to is the goal is to make sure that each and every department has the number of individuals they need to do their work, but that they're not using PCNs in order to provide contingency funds for the department. And if there's still a need for the position and there's simply been a problem hiring it, we will make sure that that PCN exists for the department.
If I may, sure. Supervisor Grijalva, And to follow up with that, when I've gone around the departments and talked to the directors, one common theme is that if a long-term employee retires from that department had to find funding to pay that employee out. So can you address what's happening with that?
Sure. Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee, to address that issue, the last budget was the first time that we added $1 million into a fund to allow for departments to be able to pay off the considerable payouts for people who have had that, so the departments have the opportunity to access those funds and then to rehire and get people back in the workforce.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, so let's go back. We'll start from the beginning. We have no executive session. And now we're on Board of Supervisors sitting as other boards, the Flood Control District Board. Can we go ahead and move items 9, 10, and 11?
So moved.
Okay, and then
Second.
And Supervisor Christie moved and Supervisor Scott second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Item number 12 is the Biblio Commons Corp. To provide catalog and discovery interface. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. I do have a question. Is this a contract that's already like a state contract or something? Is there a reason? Is that the reason why it was a no bid contract? Because it's like only one.
Yeah, I believe that. Vendor? Yes, Chair Grijalva. Yes.
Only one vendor does the service or something.
They're the single vendor for this as part of the state. Yeah.
Right? Okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 5-0. Sitting as the Board of Supervisors, items 13, approval of the consent calendar. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 14 is the Board of Supervisors representative updates on our boards and committees. Anyone have an update? This has been coming on every board meeting. That's how we moved it. I'm wondering if we can move it to once a month. Would that be okay with everybody?
Moved.
All right. So then we don't do we have to move? Do you want me to do it as a motion? Okay. So we're just giving this direction because it's been coming up every month and I feel like once a month is okay. All right. First or second meeting? Second? Second. Yay. Okay. All right. So no one has an update there. Item 15 is the meeting schedule. This is approval of the Board of Supervisors meeting schedule for the period January 2025 through December of 2025. I personally prefer the A version, but I'm wondering if we have a...
Do we need a motion before we can discuss it?
Well, that's what I mean, we can discuss... That's what I'm saying. I prefer A. I just wanted to look at faces to see if everyone was okay with that, or...
If I start to discuss it, am I going to be ruled out of order?
I don't think... I can go ahead and... We'll go ahead and move the item, and then I guess we can get specific as to what version. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Okay, have a motion. A second by Supervisor Christie.
Discussion.
What are we doing?
Chair Grijalva, I think you have to, your motion, you're moving it, there's two options, option A and option B. So which one are you moving?
We're going to discuss both, and then we're going to go back. Okay, yeah, because I prefer A, but I'm trying to read. I couldn't read the crowd. Okay, go ahead. Supervisor Christie.
We're scheduling this, initially, this out in a year. And I think that is a misguided attempt here because it should be, maybe the first quarter should be approved by this board, but there's going to be a new board coming on, or new members coming on relatively short, and they should have the opportunity to create their own schedule. So I'm concerned, why are we doing it so far out in advance, and isn't this inappropriate to kind of supersede the new board coming on so they can create their own?
So we've done this for the last 2 years, and I think it's really helpful for staff to be able to plan out, be able to plan kind of the workload, look at the schedule when items come on. And so it's been incredibly helpful for me from when I first started on this board, we were doing that where it was every 3 months, we'd approve another little chunk of it. And I haven't heard any negativity about it. And then if we do have new members that have an issue with this, we can always reconsider. But I do think it's helpful to have it laid out for the entire year.
So, Madam Chair, you're suggesting that even though this board would institute a year-long schedule, the new board that comes on in January could have the opportunity to dismantle that and to adopt their own schedule?
Well, if there is an issue with any new board member that says, oh my gosh, I can't do it on these days, then that's obviously something that we would bring up. I remember when we first got on the board, there was a suggestion that, we start a little later or earlier, depending on individual schedules. The only reason we have an option A and B at this point is because I believe somebody, I don't know if it was one of us, but requested that we not have a board meeting the day after a holiday. So that's why we have B is that option. Is that correct, Melissa?
And my recollection is we would institute a schedule every 6 months, not every 3 months.
It felt very, well, and we did that before, and we've done it this way for the last 2 years, and I think it's gone well, but I could be in the minority on that one. Okay, anybody else? Supervisor Hines.
It looks like for option B, 3 of the board meetings are within 1 week of another regular board meeting, which seems kind of strange to me. So I would favor option A.
Right, and that's why I do too, but it was a request by Ms. Manriquez to find a schedule where we wouldn't have a meeting the day after a holiday. So that's the reason why there's a B. I think A makes more sense too, but any other comments? Supervisor Lee.
And again, I won't be here, but so I'll support whatever, but I just want to make note that Administrator Lesher's contract ends on the 8th. So that's a big day for whatever to make sure that vote occurs.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so I'll go ahead and move option A.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Hines. Any additional discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously with option A. And so when will these dates be online?
Chair Grijalva, board members, I will put them on either this afternoon or tomorrow morning. They'll be available.
Great. Okay, thank you. So we've addressed everything on that page. 21? Okay, 21 is a quarterly report on collections. Staff is recommending acceptance. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number, we've done 22. 23 is the Anthem Nation State Shared Revenue Program Funds Resolution Number 2024-57. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. I just want to say that this is, these are pass-through funds, and thus far, the nation has donated $1.36 million. So thank you. All right. Motion and second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Can we bundle 24 and 25?
Sure.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move both of those items.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We're on item number 27, Ajo Community Golf Course. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Do we want to bundle 28?
How about starting at 29?
Okay. Well, we'll just do 28. I have a question on 29. So 28, Family Housing Resources. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes.
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 29 is the Sahuarita Food Bank. This is a general fund contract amount for $200,000. I'd just like to confirm that this is a one-time because this is the second time we've done it, second one-time distribution, so I want to make sure that this will be, that after this point, they're going to go into the cycle to receive grant, apply for grant funds. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Green.
All right, so this is a one-time for the Sahuarita Food Bank. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number, do we want a bundle? No bundling. What do we think? 20, 30, 31, 32?
I have a question about 32.
Okay, so 30 and 31. I'll go ahead and move both of those items.
Second.
Supervisor Scott, discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Items pass unanimously. Item number 32, right. NAFCARE, Arizona LLC. This is for participants in the INVEST program, Community Reentry Program. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I'm going to page 2 of the memo from Ms. Everett to Ms. Lesher, and it's making reference to what Dr. Garcia has referred to many times as warm handoffs, because what they're saying is, if you look at the paragraph that begins with the sentence, "We found this process to be highly informative," it says, a 2024 Minnesota study found that jail releasees overdose at rates 15.5 times that of the general population. Therefore, it is imperative that care be provided in custody and then coordinated effectively for release from custody. This is one important reason why 3 release planners were added to the original contract. And then you skip down to the next paragraph. Quickly, the need for more release planners became evident as the demand for treatment far exceeded staff capacity. Fortuitously, it has now become possible to add 5 release planners and 1 supervisor through additional grant funding. Because the roles of these release planners and the supervisor are so important, and this is the connection back to our previous discussion, once the grant funding runs out for these positions, do we have a plan for making sure that they stay in place?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, I will ask Dr. Garcia about the specifics of this, but I can tell you one thing that we look at every day is what are those, there are, particularly as we're coming out of both the CARES money and the COVID money, as well as the opioid dollars, we have a variety of programs that were created. EELS is an example under CARES dollars. Do we want those programs to continue? And if we do, then do we want to make recommendations that they be moved to the general fund budget? So we look at each of these grants on an individual basis. Dr. Garcia can talk about the specifics of these individuals. At the Reader's Digest version is currently, there is not a plan to automatically transfer any grant-funded position onto the general fund. We review them individually. Dr. Garcia.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, Administrator Lesher, the administrator is absolutely correct. At least at this point, there is no plan to all of a sudden come up with resources for those from the general fund. Understand that the reason this is a separate contract, you have a contract with NAFCARE that is a general fund funded contract that funds the menu of services that we provide at the facility. This is a separate contract precisely because this is grant funding that is at risk, that is for a very narrow scope. Understand that part of the challenge that we are facing today is that at least at this time, we have almost 30% of our folks in the facility that are now participating in some level of medication-assisted therapy. That's an unprecedented number. That's also what's keeping people alive, and that is part of the reason why we have had no overdose deaths in the facility for over a year.
Just to follow up, I understand conceptually the necessity for examining positions and whether we want to commit general fund funding to them after a grant runs out. But reading through the background on this item and seeing the really admirable expansion of this program, it just affected pregnant women initially and now has been expanded beyond that. And reflecting on a conversation you and I had some time ago about the importance of warm handoffs as people are being released and the dire circumstances they can sometimes face during that period, these positions seem to be of critical importance, not only to the program, but to the well-being of these releasees. And that's why I asked the question.
Thank you.
Sugar Holler.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I think these should be in-house, frankly. I don't think they should be through NAFCare. I don't think NAFCare should exist either. So, but I've mentioned that before, I think. I think we can work on getting everything that we're doing in the correctional area in-house like it should be. That's what we're charged with to do. We're holding these people in jail for some reason. It is incumbent upon us to take care of them. And you know, I get it, we're risk averse, but it's our responsibility to properly oversee this process. And you know what? That means that they get county benefits and that costs a little bit more. But I would just hope that staff can figure out a way to have these incredibly important positions in-house, and eventually if there isn't grant money, that we should make this part of our general fund expenditures as well. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I support what Matt said, and I believe these are incredibly critical positions, and if we don't pay for it now, we will be paying as a community later. So I would support at some point making these general fund within our own budget. And, yeah.
I share that. But we've talked about that before, and I understand some of the constraints, but I think that overall, as wherever we can, moving people from contracts to in-house county employees is a good move. So, okay, we have a motion and a second, correct? Yes. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 30, can we do 34, 35, 36?
I'm happy to do them together. I just have a question about 35.
Okay. Well, just 34 is a Friends of Robles Ranch. I'll go ahead and move the item.
We did 33?
Yes. We did that. Election.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
I know. Sorry, we did run around quite a bit this meeting. 34 of Friends of Robles Ranch, distribution of clothing and food to general public in needs of assistance. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item 35, MGT of America Consulting. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
So I'm really interested in this item. It says, if you look at the purpose and you go down to where it talks about indirect cost rates are used to recoup central service costs from federal funders through use of either the de minimis rate or negotiated indirect cost rate agreements. And currently we're using the de minimis rate, which has increased, but the negotiated indirect cost rate agreements would allow for more recoupment of indirect costs. We submitted we submitted a proposal, and that proposal was declined initially. Have we always used the de minimis rate? Is it a new suggestion that we move to the negotiated indirect cost rate agreements, or have we always done de minimis?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, I'd have to go back and find out exactly when this all started. The change to really evaluate our entire grants program and how much we are receiving in indirect costs began when we started the grants management office in the department.
Okay.
So it's been in the last 5 years, 5 or 6 years, when we then begin to look at what could be administrative overhead charges, how that could happen, how we move from a de minimis rate, which it requires some significant work, hence the need for the consultant as we move into looking at how those dollars might be allocated for costs.
Can the board get a breakdown of what we are expected to recoup if we move to this as compared to what we would be expected to pay if we stuck with the de minimis rate? Because I know that we're paying this firm a certain amount of money. I'm gathering that what we're going to save long-term is going to not only pay for what we're paying this firm, but also other savings to the county. I just wanted to get a better sense of what those likely savings are going to be, comparing the two, the de minimis and the negotiated indirect cost rate agreements. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. 36 is a Friends of Pima Animal Care Center to provide a master cooperative agreement. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Item number 37 is to provide this Sierrita Mountain Road 2-way left lane turn. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. This is a $3.3 million project to add another left lane. That sound right? Deputy County Administrator DeBonis or Administrator Lesher? I just want to make sure.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, great. And this is in D3? Yeah, okay. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 38, Workday Professional Services.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes.
I'd be, if it's okay with my colleagues, I'd be willing to consider 38, 39, 40, and 41 together.
Well, 40 we've already done.
Oh, my
That's okay.
apologies.
38, 39, 41?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move those items.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Items pass unanimously, 5-0. Item 42. This is just like item number 10, but under real property. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Should we do 43, 44, 45?
I have a question on 45.
Okay, so I'll do 43 and 44 under ritual wastewater reclamation. I'll go ahead and move both of those items.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 45, this is an acceptance from the County Attorney Victims of Crime Act Assistant Grant Programs. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
reading the background, it says that this grant acceptance jointly supports expanded victim services with satellite offices in Green Valley, Sabarita, Oro Valley, and Marana. What happens to Vail and Ajo as examples?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, I'm going to ask Mr. Brown to provide, he's aware of the details of this grant. Thank you.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Garcia, as far as I know, this grant allows for expansion into these satellite offices. The other areas are not part of this expansion, but could be part of a future expansion, if you'd like for us to look into that.
I'd like those areas to be put under consideration in the future.
Will do.
And how often in the future do they come under consideration?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I'm not sure, but I will look in with our administrator at PCAO.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I recall, and Mr. Brown, you might as well, near the beginning of this board's tenure, that we had some concerns that came to us specifically from Green Valley, and I think they were voiced actually by Judge Carroll, and also from Marana about victim services in those areas. And it sounds like this grant will help to address some of those concerns that were raised with us, and I'm sure with your office as well.
Yeah, and Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, those concerns had to do with victim services staff having to drive and not be able to provide as much service or as efficient service as possible. So I think we can look into other areas as well and see if there's funding available. I think we can look into that. Thank you for the reminder.
Okay. Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Do we want to bundle at all? 46, 47, 48, 49, 51, 52, 53, 54.
52, I'd like to.
Okay, so we'll do 46 is an acceptance of City of Tucson to provide Pima County Attorney Victim Services. 47 is resolution number 2024-58, Continuum of Care Services for housing. 48 is resolution number 2024-59. 49 is the Connie Hillman Foundation, provide workforce development for veterans. And 51 is acceptance environmental quality grant for EPA. All right, we'll go ahead and move all of those items.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Items pass unanimously. Item number 52 is Arizona Department of Health Services to provide immigrant emergency care and testing to amend grant language. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
This, obviously, we keep talking about the broken system, the broken immigration system, and that the federal government should be doing items that the county seems to be straddled with to have to do. So it's kind of incongruous, because this type of activity, the federal government should be doing this activity initially before non-citizens come across the border into Pima County. So I keep hearing that we should have this agreement about getting out of the asylum-seeking business, but with the acceptance of this grant and this activity involved, it certainly doesn't appear that we are getting out of the asylum-seeking business, particularly when this is something that the federal government should be doing initially. So I'll be voting against this.
Okay, and just to be clear, this is, the program goals is to Pima County to provide emergent healthcare and infectious disease testing to immigrants, provide medical clearance exams, expand access to testing and testing sites availability, provide isolation and quarantine, and associated wraparound services for immigrants testing positive for an infectious disease. So I do think that falls well within services that, if people coming into Pima
That Pima County is going to be providing?
Yes.
As opposed to the federal government?
Well, I mean, if they're in our county, then, yeah, and these funds are intended to help and compensate counties along the border with Mexico for assistance that they're providing. So did we have a motion a second? Okay, so all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item number 53 is the acceptance of Arizona Department of Health Services for healthy people, healthy communities, prevention of tobacco use. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. And this is the acceptance for justice services to provide bolstering supportive housing now, high impact rural supports and statewide capacity. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second from Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. We've addressed the hearings, and so I believe now, here's my, there it is. Okay. Now we are on the addendum. We've addressed 1 and 2. So item 3 is Brightview Landscape Services to provide Keno Sports Complex resurfacing of using stadium district funds. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Sitting as the Board of Supervisors, this is item number 4, request for Sheriff Nanos to respond to possible rules violation. He is not in attendance and said I think he said a communication to all of us.
So this is District 4, correct?
Yes. So,
If I may, Madam Chair, thank you. Just to set the stage in a historical sense, on August 29th, a letter was sent to the County Administrator, Ms. Lesher, from the Office of the Attorney General that stated in its opening paragraph, in response to your request, Ms. Lesher, for the Arizona Attorney General to review the actions taken by Sheriff Nanos in his department's review of an alleged sexual assault of a female deputy in December of 2022, investigators within the Attorney General's office have conducted a review of the investigative materials developed in that case and provided to us by the Pima County Sheriff's Department. We note that an internal affairs investigation into this incident has yet to be completed, and that Sheriff Nanos has indicated a plan to wait until the end of the criminal trial to begin the internal investigation. We found no criminal wrongdoing in the investigative process. However, based on our review of the materials, we are concerned about the following possible violations. The Attorney General then goes on to list 4 possible violations. And they're outlined quite extensively. At this point, this prompted our office to place on the September 17th Board of Supervisors meeting agenda an opportunity for the sheriff to address these 4 possible violations as outlined by the Attorney General in her letter. The sheriff did not attend the September 17th Board of Supervisors meeting. The Board of Supervisors then voted 3-2 to respectfully request that the sheriff appear before the Board of Supervisors or provide a written response to the Attorney General's concerns. After the September 17th Board of Supervisors meeting, the sheriff was questioned by a news reporter stating that he would have attended the September 17th meeting if he had been asked. And I quote, "We spoke with the sheriff after the meeting, who said he would have attended if asked. As for the request, he said, I'll be there." So today, after the passing of a month, with no written response from the sheriff, we have made the request, and upon the receipt of our invitation, Mr. Nanos responded accordingly. Unlike certain members of the board, I will not re-victimize this young lady and allow politics to further their agenda. Mr. Christie's timing is rather suspicious. I will answer any and all questions after November 6th in executive session. So my question today to my colleagues is, how do we wish to proceed?
Sure.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Legally, Mr. Brown, what can we do? I mean, our sheriff is duly elected, is indicating that he feels that the motives for this request I'm guessing because of the timing, doesn't want to come to speak about those issues here at a board meeting. And I don't feel like there's really anything that we can do as a board. I just want to make sure that we sort of talk about that before we have a discussion. Because I also am concerned about any perception that we're using our county meetings to try to influence an election.
Chair, I guess to Chair Grijalva, to answer the question, we start with the question is broad, what do we do? So it's hard for me to answer because I don't know where the conversation is going to go. But there is certainly a possibility that this conversation could go in a place that needs to be stopped. So I would caution board members, if I speak up or if I interrupt you for that purpose, just be aware of that. Secondly, as you all know, our office represents, the sheriff's office and represents the board. So that answer may become one that I cannot give you, and or that we should appropriately discuss in executive session and not from the dais. So I would just caution the board on those items.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. And then I believe after your comment, Supervisor Hines wanted to say something.
Just I want to point out that in another article, the attorney representing the deputy in her lawsuit said the Attorney General's ruling has little bearing on his client's case. In fact, the attorney said it might speed things up. So I think if there's any question about politics or involving any kind of intervention in a case, the individual involved, her own attorney says, won't have any effect, and it might speed the whole process up. Just thought that was an important item to bring in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines?
Thank you. And I think it's important, we've talked about the letter from the Attorney General, but I think it's very important for everyone to hear exactly what quite possibly the sheriff did not do. So the specifics of the letter include failing to provide help to a deputy in danger. That's pretty concerning. Failing to act in an official capacity, failing to document staff involvement, failing to properly secure evidence. This is the freaking sheriff. Wow. So this is incredibly troubling. And I was just talking with our counsel. There are other boards who have had conflicts with sheriffs. There are some legal avenues that can be pursued. Looking to outside counsel, since of course the county attorney represents the sheriff as well as this board, would be the first thing that I think we need to consider, which would have to be in another meeting. Or would it have to be? Can that be something we stay here? Or can I propose that now, or do I have to wait?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, I think you'd have to wait, and again, caution the board to stick to the agendized item, which is the sheriff's response or possible lack of response to the request from the board. We have not agendized the subject matter of the AG's letter.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then our last item is item number 5, Pima County Tucson Women's Commission, the appointment of Molly Ring for District 1.
I'll move the item.
I'll second. Have a motion to Supervisor Scott seconded, or moved it, I seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously, and we are adjourning at 1:04 p.m. Thank you all.